Chapter 194. Dual Flame Flash also had a cooldown period, so Gu Fei couldn't immediately use a second slash. He casually used his sword to poke at Silvermoon, but the cleric's healing spell had already arrived. Silvermoon was still holding his gold-ranked sword and standing firmly. At the same time, the warrior behind him charged at Gu Fei. Gu Fei was already prepared and dodged to the side. The warrior had used the same trick that Unscathed in Battle had used before, abruptly cancelling his charge and changing it to a whirlwind slash. It was the same strategy, but this warrior was far inferior to Unscathed in Battle. His attack speed wasn't slow, and with Silvermoon's, King's Command, supporting him, he was probably even better than Unscathed in Battle. What was slow was the tempo. The timing of the switch from charge to whirlwind slash was far inferior to Unscathed in Battles. Such an opening gave Gu Fei the opportunity to deal with it calmly. He swung his sword to block the opponent's spinning sword. Borrowing the momentum of the opponent's spinning sword, Gu Fei's feet stepped on the ground at the right time, and he quickly floated away. The opponent's offhand sword barely brushed past the corner of Gu Fei's shirt. This whirlwind slash was successfully dodged by Gu Fei. The 5 warriors who had used charge in a row had already finished casting their skills. When they looked back, they found that Gu Fei had created a mess behind them. They didn't know what had happened, but they saw Silvermoon wave his hand, urging them to quickly attack Gu Fei. Gu Fei laughed and rushed towards the 5 of them. The 3 warriors with shields raised high were the most confident on the field. They raised their shields and charged towards Gu Fei. Of course, Gu Fei knew that with their high defense, there was no point in slashing at the shields. He immediately circled to the side in an attempt to get behind them. This scene was a bit similar to when Yutian Shenming was looking for an opportunity to shoot. Circling around was not as fast as turning around. Gu Fei ran in a C shape, but he still saw 3 shields facing him. The 3 warriors revealed proud smiles and boldly took the initiative to charge at Gu Fei. Gu Fei's lips curled into a smile. He pointed his finger forward and quickly chanted a line. Almost at the same time, Silvermoon warned the 3, "Behind you." Shio. Gu Fei disappeared and reappeared. He didn't hesitate to turn around and slash with his sword, Dual Flame Flash, flash. Dang! The sword hit the shield. Silvermoon's warning just now was very timely, and at the same time, it showed the tacit understanding between him and his 3 companions. Upon hearing Silvermoon's reminder, the 3 of them did not ask for any reason. Without any hesitation, they immediately took precautions behind them. Turning around, one of the heavy soldiers placed his shield horizontally behind his back. Just as Gu Fei was about to teleport over, his sword chopped down on the shield. So it really is teleportation? Silvermoon's eyes were still a little confused as he muttered to himself. When Gu Fei's sword hit the shield, he praised his opponent's reaction. Just as he was about to circle to the side and attack again, he saw a large shield on the left swing towards him like a door. He hurriedly dodged to the right, but he hit a hard object. Turning his head, he saw another large shield. At the same time, a 3rd shield was pushed towards him from the front. Gu Fei hurriedly retreated, but in the end, he let out an ouch. Gu Fei's retreat was already considered fast, but he couldn't keep up with his opponent's push. With the 2 shields sandwiched, Gu Fei's body was only able to move half a step away. The remaining half was firmly stuck between the 2 shields. You can do this. Gu Fei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He struggled with all his might, but he still couldn't escape. In terms of strength, the difference between them was too great. Hurry up! Silvermoon hurriedly called out in joy. Without needing his order, the other 3 warriors had already raised their swords and rushed towards Gu Fei, who couldn't escape. But they still couldn't be faster than Yutian Shenming's arrows. Yutian Shenming and Sword Demon had been constantly paying attention to the situation on the battlefield. After Gu Fei messed up the opponent's formation, the 2 were already looking for a good opportunity to attack. Yutian Shenming's arrows were already set up. Seeing this situation, he immediately released a sniper shot, hitting the back of one of the heavy warriors who was sandwiched between Gu Fei's legs. Shields had defensive attributes that far surpassed all other equipment. Therefore, there were some limitations to its use. In contrast, if you were wearing a hat with defensive properties, even if the opponent's attack landed on you, the defensive properties of the hat would still be calculated. But shields weren't like this. Their attributes were somewhat similar to the attack power of weapons. They had to be in contact with the opponent for their data to be effective. In other words, if the attack didn't land on the shield, the effects of the shield would be ignored. Without the abnormal attributes of the spirit-imprisoning shield, this heavy warrior only had a normal high defense. Against a high-damage shooter like Yutian Shinming, the attack power of this sniper's shot was not to be underestimated. What was worse was that Yutian Shinming followed up with 2 consecutive arrows and a powerful arrow. With his back exposed to Yutian Shinming, it was only a matter of time before he died. The priests rushed over to rescue him, and the warriors quickly ran over to kill Gu Fei. But the fastest was still Yutian Shinming's arrows. However, the opponent only had 2 heavy warriors sandwiched between Gu Fei. They still had a 3rd heavy warrior. At this moment, the person whose back had been hit by Yutian Shinming's 3 arrows saw his life slipping away. The others seemed to be a little late, so he hurriedly shouted at the 3rd heavy warrior, "Why are you standing there like a fool? Come and help me block the arrows." But this person still stood there like a fool. His eyeballs kept rolling, and his expression was one of pain. He refused to move. "Why are you blocking the arrows?" A faint voice floated out from behind him. Sword Demon walked out slowly and stuffed a big stick back into his pocket. When his hand came out again, it was a dagger shining with blue light. Yutian Shinming was looking for a good opportunity to shoot from afar, but Sword Demon had already used stealth to get close to the battlefield. These people had placed all their attention on Gu Fei, neglecting these 2 ruthless characters. This was a fatal mistake they had made. The heavy warrior saw that the number 3 warrior had been knocked out by Sword Demon's sap. His back was now exposed to Yutian Shinming and Sword Demon, and the other people rushing over to help would be half a beat slower. If he died like this, it would be meaningless. So he made a prompt decision and let go of Gu Fei, running to the side and using his shield to cover himself. "He has low HP, quickly finish him off." The sword ghost shouted as he dashed to his left. Gu Fei, who had just escaped, understood and dashed to his right. The poor warrior didn't know whether to block left or right with his shield. After thinking for a while, Gu Fei's magic damage was more terrifying, so he immediately turned his shield in Gu Fei's direction. Sword Demon mercilessly stabbed out with backstab, but Gu Fei didn't stop facing the opponent's big shield. He stubbornly released a double flame flash on the opponent's big shield. And when this guy turned left or right, he didn't even consider the marksman Yutian Shinming in the distance. Yutian Shinming was sad and angry, but he also released an arrow. It was because Gu Fei's magic damage was too terrifying, so these people temporarily treated Sword Demon and Yutian Shinming as people in front of them. In fact, Sword Demon and Yutian Shinming were also quite top-notch experts. When people of the same level and class were pulled together, the damage of these 2 people was definitely in the upper class. You could only say that their attacks weren't at an abnormal level, but they were definitely not ordinary either. Ignoring these 2 people's fatal mistakes would eventually lead to their deaths. Under the 3-pronged attack, the heavy warrior who had some HP from Yutian Shinming's shots couldn't take it anymore. A white light suddenly appeared, and he was the first to move forward with his shield. At this time, the opponent's reinforcements had just arrived. Gu Fei and Sword Demon knew when to stop and quickly retreated to the side. Sword Demon knew that he didn't have the strength to fight against these people alone, while Gu Fei had used up his mana again. In terms of running, these people were far from being a match for Gu Fei and Sword Demon. The 2 of them ran out of the opponent's formation and came to Yutian Shinming's side. In the distance, the Han family young master saw everything clearly and couldn't help but smile. "Well done, we've already won." Silvermoon's face was miserable at this time because the current situation could be said to be extremely disadvantageous to them. Gu Fei's unexpected teleportation had instantly eliminated the two of them. After that, the three heavy soldiers weren't able to trap him. Instead, they had lost another person. At this time, the child elite group was in the lead. The conditions for kiting could be said to have been met. Silvermoon's team was very afraid of this tactic because they were a team without speed. Compared to Gu Fei, Yutian Shinming, and Sword Demon, they were like rabbits and tortoises. Even the Han family young master's team of 3 was about the same speed as the Silvermoon team. Even if he had the king's sword to increase his attributes, it was a pity that the skill's duration was very short. Every second consumed 4% of his mana, which meant that he could only use it for 25 seconds at most. With this amount of time, it was impossible for him to catch up to those 3 players. "Boss, what do we do?" At this time, Gu Fei was eating fruits to replenish his mana. He, Sword Demon, and Yutian Shinming were happily enjoying the looks of the remaining people at the top. It seemed like they had no intention of challenging them again. The others also realized the seriousness of the problem and all asked their boss for help. Silvermoon widened her eyes and looked around. Gu Fei and the other 2 were all speed types. There was no need to think about catching them. Silvermoon ordered her subordinates to unite and prepared to advance towards the other 3. In the end, they had only taken 2 steps when the 3 turned around and ran. Sigh. The last bit of hope was shattered. If the other party continued to run around like this, there was nothing Silvermoon could do. Although the map was small, Silvermoon and the others didn't have many people. They couldn't compress space or surround them. If they wanted to find their opponents, that was the only way. But at this time. Chapter 195. The Han family young master and the others only ran for a few steps before they stopped as well when they saw that Silvermoon and the others had stopped moving. Silvermoon's sigh did not escape Gu Fei and the others' eyes. Gu Fei did not want to talk to Silvermoon, and Sword Demon was not interested in arguing with him. Yutian Shinming was the only one who was excited. He winked at Silvermoon and said, "Brother Silvermoon, is there a need for us to continue fighting? Why don't you guys kill yourselves so that we don't have to waste more time?" "Brat, what are you talking about?" Although the situation was very unfavorable, Silvermoon's companions were not willing to be ridiculed. After hearing Yutian Shinming's words, they immediately retorted. Silvermoon, on the other hand, did not seem to take it to heart and continued to rack his brains for a solution. Yutian Shinming had a wretched look on his face as he started a war of words with his companions alone. Gu Fei continued to nibble on his fruit, while the Sword Demon was discussing the situation with the Han family young master, Brother Yu, and the others. Silvermoon held the golden one-handed sword in his hand. The Sword Demon had already used appraisal on it several times, but the sword's data did not appear. This could only mean that the sword's level was relatively high. Just like Gu Fei's Night Streamer, it could withstand the appraisal of current players without being exposed. "I'll give it a try." Brother Yu had a fluke mentality and refused to give up. Brother Yu was extremely passionate when it came to uncovering secrets. After that, he walked towards the hill with the Han family young master and unscathed in battle. Silvermoon was puzzled when she saw that the 3 of them had suddenly stopped running and were closing in on her. But to him, this was still a good thing, so he pretended not to care too much and focused his attention on the war of words. At the same time, he reminded his companions in the mercenary channel to be ready for battle at any time. Once the 3 of them entered the range where they could take them down in one go, they would attack without hesitation. The Han family young master and the other 2 didn't walk too close. They just came to the side of Gu Fei and the other 2 and explained Brother Yu's intention. "Is your appraisal skill higher than mine?" The Sword Demon wanted to verify. "Maybe my character is better than yours." Brother Yu suddenly exuded the aura of an expert. In a field that did not involve actual combat, Brother Yu's aura of an expert was also quite sufficient. "I'm going." Brother Yu exuded the aura of a warrior who would never return. Appraisal art also had a distance requirement. Brother Yu was not as fast as Gu Fei and the others. If he walked too close, he might not be able to return alive. Why are you so stubborn? Someone persuaded Brother Yu not to take the risk. It's a hobby, Brother Yu said with a smile. We'll cover you, Gu Fei said. He understood these groups with special hobbies. The Han family young master said plainly, actually, it's not necessary. We're leading by 3 points now, so it's fine if one of us dies. Everyone was speechless. Young master, you're right. Besides, I'm not of much help in the battle. Brother Yu said. That won't do. We're partners. Yutian Shinming shouted. After he shouted, he saw everyone's burning gaze on him. Did I say anything wrong? Yutian Shinming stared at him. You're right, but... Gu Fei was halfway through his sentence. But as a group of adults, your words really shocked us. The Han family young master finished on behalf of Gu Fei. Even Brother Yu smiled. It's good to be young. He then turned around. Fuck. You make it sound like you're all very old. Yutian Shinming was exasperated. Anyway, I'm not as young as you. Unscathed in Battle's face was full of vicissitudes. Fuck off. You're indeed very old. Yutian Shinming pointed at Unscathed in Battle and shouted. Unscathed in Battle raised his eyebrows. Just as he raised his arm, Yutian Shinming had already run far away. Gu Fei and Sword Demon spoke with their actions. The two of them followed behind Brother Yu, one on the left and the other on the right. Such a similar action was exchanged for a smile. The Han family young master looked at the two of them expressionlessly, but he didn't think much of it. There's no need for that. Brother Yu persuaded the two of them to retreat. I want to test my luck again, Sword Demon said. My appraisal skills also need to be practiced. I can't let go of any chance, Gu Fei said. Brother Yu finally didn't say anything else. The three of them looked at each other and smiled, then continued walking up the mountain. Silvermoon, who was at the top of the mountain, didn't relax her attention to the foot of the mountain. She couldn't hear the casual conversation of the people at the foot of the mountain, so when three people suddenly appeared and walked up the mountain, everyone at the top of the mountain was confused. According to their understanding, the child elite group only needed to stay far away from them to win this confrontation. This wasn't difficult at all. But now, three of them suddenly took the initiative to approach them. What were they planning? Moreover, one of them was a knight. Silvermoon herself was a knight, so she knew very well that a knight wasn't a profession that could take charge of an area and decide the outcome of a battle. The doubts in her heart made her indecisive. For a moment, she didn't know whether to attack or defend. If it was said that Silvermoon had absolute confidence in their formation at the beginning, then after three of their people were eliminated, there wasn't much of this confidence left. The three of them got closer and closer. This time, compared to when Gu Fei had stepped up the mountain alone, everyone was even more alarmed. Shrink the formation. Pay attention to your back, Silvermoon suddenly said in a low voice. The remaining 7 people stood closely together. In front of their heads were heavy armored warriors with 2 large shields. Silvermoon and the priest were in the middle. Under Silvermoon's special arrangement, the other 3 warriors faced left, right, and back. This was to prevent Gu Fei from teleporting. Regardless of whether Gu Fei's attack could be blocked, they could at least know where Gu Fei had moved to. Damn! Faced with this formation, Gu Fei and the other 2 cursed in unison. The 2 large shields were erected, and Silvermoon hid herself behind them. How could they appraise this? So the 3 moved to the side, and Silvermoon's formation followed them. The 2 large shields swayed in front of the 3, and Gu Fei was annoyed. Hey, tell Silvermoon to come out and talk. Gu Fei turned from passive to active. The 2 large shields seemed to be slightly exposed, but Silvermoon still didn't show himself. Instead, he called out loudly from behind the shields, Brother Qianli, what do you want me for? We need to discuss something, Gu Fei said. Speak. Show yourself first. Gu Fei said. Really? Then there's no need to say anything. The more Silvermoon listened, the more he didn't dare show himself. He felt that the other side must have prepared some powerful trap and was ready to take care of him in one fell swoop. Gu Fei helplessly spread his hands towards Brother Yu and Sword Demon. There's no other way. Let's retreat. Brother Yu sighed. Why should we retreat? Gu Fei asked. This. He doesn't even show his head. How can we appraise him? Brother Yu said. If he doesn't show his head, then we'll create an opportunity for him to show his head, Gu Fei said firmly. How? Brother Yu asked. Kill everyone else. Gu Fei drew his sword. Don't be impulsive. Sword Demon and Brother Yu said in unison. The two heavy soldiers were responsible for monitoring the enemy's movements. At this time, they also cried out to the people behind them, the mage has drawn his sword. Be careful in all three directions. Silvermoon hurriedly said. Teleport, move. Gu Fei was already chanting. He disappeared and reappeared. Gu Fei had already appeared behind the other side's formation, and with a backhand slash. The soldier suddenly saw Gu Fei appear in front of him with his back facing him. He thought he had the upper hand, but he didn't expect Gu Fei to turn around so quickly. What was fast rhythm? This was fast rhythm. Different movements were linked together in the most consistent and time-saving way. This was the true reason why Gu Fei's attack seemed so fast that it left people speechless. The soldier thought he could make the first move, but he was too slow. He could only swing his sword to block Gu Fei's attack. Gu Fei casually shook his sword, and the tip of the sword came stabbing out at an angle that normal people couldn't predict. The flames of dual flame flash filled the air. Both the physical and the magic were injured, and the warrior died instantly. At this moment, the other members of the opposing team didn't remain idle. They all turned around and launched their attacks at Gu Fei, especially the two heavy soldiers. Gnashing their teeth, they raised their shields and pounced towards Gu Fei. From the looks of it, they wanted to flatten Gu Fei on the spot. This move again. Gu Fei shouted. This time he didn't dodge or dodge. His left hand dug into his pocket and took out the flame baptism. He held it horizontally in front of him. This blade was longer than a person's width. The two shields were blocked by the blade, and Gu Fei was safe and sound. His left and right feet kicked at the two shields. His strength wasn't enough to kick them away, but he used the force to jump up. With a whoosh, he flew out from between the two shields and fell to the left. Turning in the air, Gu Fei raised his sword in his left hand and chopped down with his falling body. The sound of metal being cut rang out. Gu Fei's sword had split a heavy soldier from head to toe. He hadn't used any spells, and the ordinary physical attacks of the Night Streamer's sword weren't much to a heavy soldier. However, the momentum and the sound were too frightening. Everyone subconsciously thought that the soldier had been cleaved in two by Gu Fei. It wasn't until this person turned his head in shock that everyone realized that his head was still intact. Dual Flame Flash, Flash. At this time, Gu Fei's Dual Flame Flash's cooldown was over. He immediately slashed out. Not only did he slash the heavy soldier, he also slashed the other soldier who was about to attack Gu Fei. The heavy soldier withstood this attack, but the other soldier disappeared in an instant. Gu Fei's attack didn't just rely on the physical and magic damage of the Night Streak sword. In addition, the Night Streak sword also had a 10% critical damage attribute. He also had a few accessories that increased the probability of fire magic on his body. When all of these were activated, that was the limit of Gu Fei's damage. Chapter 196. Gu Fei's ultimate damage could only be displayed in close combat. This was because the fatal attribute and enchantment attack could only be triggered when the weapon directly hit the opponent. It was impossible to activate them when using spells such as Heavenly Fire Wheel. And right now, Gu Fei was lucky enough to trigger all of these attributes at the same time when he needed them to be activated. Dark Stream Sword's physical damage, magic damage, Double Flame Flash's skill damage, 10% fatal damage, and additional fire damage. After calculating the damage, Gu Fei finally succeeded in killing this non-heavy armored warrior. This was a significant second. This was because although this warrior had not changed his profession, his balance had given him quite a bit of HP. Moreover, he knew that Gu Fei's spells were powerful, so he specially put on all the defensive magic equipment he had. Who would have thought that he would still not be able to block Gu Fei's sword? As his companions, Silvermoon and the others naturally knew his HP and defense, so the damage from Gu Fei's sword made them feel even more horrified. Through appraisal, they could see that Gu Fei was wearing accessories that increased the probability of fire magic, but Gu Fei's sword and clothes could not be appraised. Silvermoon, who had the king's sword, naturally knew what was going on. Just like his king's sword, Gu Fei's equipment was also at the forefront of the times. The current appraisal was not compatible with this high-end equipment, which led to this situation. What was so mysterious about this sword and clothes? This made Silvermoon and the others' hearts itch. In fact, when Brother Yu really wanted to find out the secret of Silvermoon's equipment, how could Silvermoon not have the same thoughts about Gu Fei? Moreover, his thoughts were even more intense. This was because at this time, they were completely at a disadvantage. If they did not understand Gu Fei's equipment, they would always feel that they would die without knowing why. Silvermoon was now in front of Gu Fei. If he wanted to kill him, he could just reach out his hand. However, thinking that he still needed this guy to be appraised by Brother Yu, Gu Fei temporarily gave up on the idea of attacking him. Instead, he extended his sword towards another warrior from Silvermoon's gang. Silvermoon's lineup consisted of 6 warriors, 1 priest, and 3 knights. Currently, Gu Fei had dealt with 2 knights, 1 heavy soldier, and 2 non-heavy soldiers. Currently, the person that Gu Fei was attacking was not only the last non-heavy soldier in the Silvermoon lineup, but also the last person in their lineup with a high attack output. Although the 2 heavy soldiers also possessed ordinary soldiers' charge and whirlwind slash skills, they were wielding shields and not weapons. Furthermore, they had added points to their physique and not strength. Thus, one could well imagine how much damage they could deal. Not good, cover him with everything you have. Silvermoon had already realized the importance of this soldier when she was calculating the remaining members on her side. Seeing that Gu Fei was about to attack this person, she hurriedly shouted. At this moment, Gu Fei had already smashed down with his sword, hitting his opponent squarely in the center. However, due to Silvermoon's warning, the priest had already cast a healing spell on the warrior. Gu Fei's dual flame flash was still on cooldown. This time, it was just a normal attack, and with the help of a healing spell, it was as if he hadn't been hit at all. Silvermoon had already rushed over, stabbing her sword horizontally between the two, protecting the warrior behind her. The other 2 heavy soldiers also turned around to protect the warrior. For a moment, Silvermoon's lineup surrounded the warrior as the core. Just as she was feeling satisfied with her momentary judgment, she saw Gu Fei turn around and run. In a few steps, he had already caught up to the priest. Dual flame flash, dodge. Gu Fei slashed out with his sword. Most priests would show nervousness and panic when the enemy got close, but this one was quite calm. He had already seen that Gu Fei was very fast and that running was impossible. When Gu Fei's sword slashed down, he hurriedly cast a healing spell on himself. Priests had an advantage in Constitution. Priests at level 40 who focused on Constitution could resist Gu Fei's attack, but this one wasn't so lucky. What he was facing wasn't the simplest attack from Gu Fei. Just as Gu Fei rushed over, a yellow light was added to his body. This was a blessing from Knight Brother Yu, Blessing of Wisdom. Blessing of Wisdom raised Gu Fei's magic damage to another level. At the same time, a figure flashed behind the priest. Sword Demon also stabbed out with backstab, and his body glowed red. That was the blessing of power from Brother Yu. Under the pincer attack, although the priest cast a healing spell on himself, he couldn't use it. His HP was already at the bottom. Is this a diversion? Silvermoon's hands and feet were cold. He looked at the warrior behind him, who was firmly protected by him and the two heavy soldiers, and his heart was filled with regret. Gu Fei was stunned, and then smiled. It's not that deep. Then. Silvermoon didn't understand. I only cut him because he was the closest to me. Gu Fei pointed to the warrior who was protected by Silvermoon and said, if it were anyone else in his position just now, I would have cut them. Silvermoon spat out a mouthful of blood. He was really too nervous, and he was too worried about Gu Fei's magic damage. When people were nervous, it was easy for them to make mistakes. At this time, a careless mistake directly caused the death of the priest. Without the priest, it meant that their side was in a situation where their HP was fluctuating. If this continued, they would definitely lose. And the Han family young master and the other two who were watching the battle from afar obviously saw that their side had a great advantage. There was no need to use any big kiting tactics, and it shouldn't be a big problem to fight head-on against these four people. While talking, the three people had already walked over, but Gu Fei and the other two retreated at this time. The reason was, of course, that Gu Fei wanted to eat fruit again. Your magic power, TSK TSK TSK. The few people sighed in unison. Gu Fei didn't care about it, and pointed to Silvermoon, who was very exposed, and said to Brother Yu, hurry up and appraise him. I've already appraised him. I really can't appraise him. Brother Yu shook his head and sighed. Is this thing also based on probability? Gu Fei asked. This, maybe. The officials didn't clearly announce the information in this area, so no one could say for sure. Kill everyone else, leave Silvermoon, and appraise him a few hundred times. Maybe he will come out, Gu Fei suggested. Is this how you torture him? Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Isn't this what Brother Yu needs? Gu Fei looked at Brother Yu. Brother Yu wiped his sweat. Let's deal with him first. Han family young master waved his hand. Wait for my magic power to recover. Gu Fei hurriedly said. All right, you've already killed a few. Are you going to let us earn points? The few people grumbled unhappily as they rubbed their palms together. They had no intention of waiting for Gu Fei at all. In a face-to-face confrontation, there was no craftiness in tactics. It was basically a matter of individual ability and teamwork. In Silvermoon's group of 4, the 3 warriors formed a triangle with their backs to each other. Silvermoon was in the middle, and he quickly blessed the 3 of them. That was all he could do at the moment. On the child elite group's side, everyone did their jobs. Yutian Shinming shot arrows from afar, unscathed in battle, and Sword Demon closed in, looking for opportunities. Brother Yu blessed everyone, and Han family young master also pulled out his staff, paying attention to the 2 who closed in. Silvermoon and the others didn't have long-range attacks, so those who didn't close in were in no danger at all. Just as unscathed in battle and Sword Demon approached, a golden light suddenly flashed. The 3 warriors had already activated charge and attacked the 2. But the 2 seemed to be prepared. Sword Demon used quickstep to the side, while unscathed in battle puffed out his chest to meet the opponent's heavy shield. This collision looked very fierce, but the damage displayed in the game was actually very ordinary. For unscathed in battle, this warrior profession didn't have low defense, it wasn't considered much. Unscathed in battle seemed to receive this collision on purpose. After the collision, he didn't counterattack, but instead turned his head and shouted out a number. Han family young master smiled slightly and gestured to Brother Yu. Brother Yu quickly understood and combined the appraised data of the heavy warrior's equipment and began to calculate. Heavy warriors didn't use weapons, so all their attack power could only be brought by strength and skill damage. This undoubtedly made it easier to calculate. Brother Yu held a small notebook X and Y and muttered. Yutian Shinming paused his attack and came over to take a look. He exclaimed, "Is there a need to make equations?" Han family young master cast a sidelong glance at Yutian Shinming. I just knew that a student like you who plays online every day definitely didn't study properly. Is that an equation? That's a function. X and Y are two variables here. Variables, do you understand? They talked as they ran. At this time, the opponent had been buffed with the King's Command status, so they naturally wanted to seize the opportunity to launch an attack. Unfortunately, the child elite group was a group of veterans. They wouldn't be stupid enough to clash head-on at this time, so they scattered and ran in all directions. Even unscathed in battle, who was the closest to them, used charge and leaped out. In an instant, he opened up a distance between himself and the others. It was enough for him to escape. Not long after, the King's Command skill's duration was up. The golden light dissipated and the group returned to turtle speed. Naturally, they didn't have any intention of catching up to anyone. Han family young master looked at the time and muttered, the skill cooldown is at least 10 minutes. Last time, the skill lasted for nearly 25 seconds. This time, it's a bit short. Maybe it's because Silvermoon used 3 blessing skills beforehand. It looks like this skill is a skill that continuously consumes mana. After saying this, he shouted at Brother Yu, how's your calculation? Don't be anxious. How can it be calculated so quickly? We don't know the damage of that guy's charge skill. The calculation might not be too accurate. It's best if someone goes and gets charged again. Brother Yu said. What's there to charge for? The battle is about to end. Han family young master said as he looked somewhere. In that direction, Gu Fei had already recovered his mana and was rushing over anxiously. Chapter 197. Leave it to me. Gu Fei shouted, already appearing in the middle of the battlefield. Yutian Shinming and the others looked dejected. At this time, their opponents still had 3 warriors and 1 knight. All of them had stronger physical defense than magic defense, especially the 2 warriors with heavy armor. Yutian Shinming's arrows didn't even feel them. Against these people, Gu Fei's magic damage was obviously more effective. Coupled with his strong skills, they knew that they couldn't compete with Gu Fei. But even if they couldn't compete, they had to try their best. This was the awareness that an expert should have. Sword Demon and Unscathed in battle pounced like ferocious tigers coming down the mountain. Yutian Shinming, who attacked from a distance, also roared and madly shot arrows. For a moment, Silvermoon and the others didn't know why these guys suddenly burst out with such a vigorous fighting spirit. They couldn't help but feel a chill in their hearts. They had already subconsciously moved back a few steps. Whoosh whoosh. Yutian Shinming's arrows were the fastest, whistling through the air. Who are you shooting at? Gu Fei dodged 2 arrows in a row and turned back to roar. Yutian Shinming seemed to have made him one of his targets. Ow 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 ow. Yutian Shinming continued to act crazy. The longbow in his hand was like a machine gun, shooting randomly. Out of 10 arrows, half flew towards Gu Fei. I'll kill you. Gu Fei also jumped up and turned back to attack Yutian Shinming. Yutian Shinming turned around and ran, shouting, Sword Demon, Wushang, do your best. Yutian Shinming had a lot of experience as a wizard. He knew that Gu Fei could teleport to his side, so he kept 5 meters away. Even if Gu Fei teleported, it wouldn't help. Gu Fei couldn't catch up, but if he didn't, Yutian Shinming would keep harassing him. Gu Fei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He asked Han family young master for help, hey, take care of it. This is too reckless. Han family young master nodded, I didn't want to take care of it, but since you asked, then. Han family young master paused and stared at Gu Fei sternly, go to the side and rest for a while. Give everyone a chance to have fun. Ah. Gu Fei was stunned. On the other side, Sword Demon and Unscathed in battle had already started fighting. Zhan Wushang immediately used his ultimate move. With a loud roar, he unleashed his whirlwind slash. His opponent's heavy soldier didn't stay idle either. He raised his large shield in front of him, and clanging sounds rang out incessantly. This was the first person who dared to face his whirlwind slash head-on. Sparks flew as the two swords rubbed against the shield. Unscathed in battle looked like a hard-working welder. Sword Demon quickly circled around but couldn't find a chance to attack. After all, the opponent was an expert who had experienced big battles. At this time, the three of them had their backs to each other in a triangle. Sword Demon wanted to go behind them, but he didn't have a chance to attack. If a thief didn't use a sneak attack and attacked head-on, he wouldn't be a match for a warrior. Instead of fighting a warrior head-on, it was better to stab the warrior. After all, the opponent didn't have a priest now. 1 drop of HP was 1 drop, and he wouldn't have a chance to recover. Sword Demon fiercely stabbed the shield of the other warrior. Just in time for a burst of luck, it was a fatal attack. Fatal attacks could be said to be the nemesis of high defense and high HP professions. Because fatal attacks completely ignored defense, and the HP was deducted by percentage, the more HP one had, the more damage one would lose. Sword Demon's Frostbite's memories had a 30% critical rate and a 30% critical rate. This was a very scary attribute. It was also the main reason why the attack power of Frostbite's memories was outdated, but Sword Demon still used it as his main weapon. With a fatal attack, the warrior's HP was immediately shaved off 30%, and he broke out in a cold sweat. Ever since he picked up this big shield, no one had been able to deal so much damage to him. He knew in his heart that it was a fatal attack, but 30% critical rate, that was the first time he encountered it. This attack greatly boosted the morale of Sword Demon, and he became more confident with the next stab. However, although a fatal attack was good, it couldn't really be fatal. Because the HP of a fatal attack was always calculated according to the current HP, and the calculation method was a percentage. In theory, it was a math problem that could never be divided to 0. And if Sword Demon didn't use a fatal attack, the attack power of Frostbite's memories couldn't break the warrior's defense at all. He could only rely on this 30% probability to consume the HP. He didn't know what the other party was planning, but he was relying on these two heavy-armored warriors to tank the attacks. After Zhang Wushang had his fill of being an electric welder, he shot a look at Sword Ghost. Sword Ghost understood what he meant, and the two of them circled to the left and right, wanting to attack the ordinary warrior together. But this intention was easily seen through by the opponent, and the four skillfully switched positions. Sword Demon and Unscathed in battle circled around, but all they saw was the big shield. This stalemate didn't last long. Silvermoon, who was in the circle of 3 opponents, let out a long breath, raised her long sword, and released a few chants. Each of the 3 warriors was given a life blessing. Life blessing was a skill that automatically recovered some HP every 5 seconds. In a high-tempo battle, 5 seconds might seem too long, but at this time, for these warriors with high defense, 5 seconds was nothing at all. And this wasn't the end. After Silvermoon cast the blessing, she continued to chant, and holy white light fell on the 2 warriors one by one. The style was vaguely similar to that of a priest. The experienced experts were all startled. This was the first skill after the paladin profession, Holy Heal. Its effect was the same as the priest's heal, which was also a skill that recovered HP. Sword Demon and Unscathed in battle were very depressed. If they had the heal skill, it wouldn't be so easy for the 2 of them to exhaust the opponent's HP. After all, the defense of the 2 warriors was at an abnormal level. Just as they were helpless, the opponent suddenly changed from defense to offense. The 2 warriors launched a charge at the same time, crashing into the 2 of them. The damage wasn't much, but the charge had a chance to cause a stun effect. At this time, Unscathed in battle was very unlucky and was stunned, unable to do anything for a while. Although Sword Demon didn't faint, he was pushed far away by the shield. In just an instant, Unscathed in battle had fallen into the opponent's encirclement. "Look," said the Han family young master to Brother Yu. They were defending just now to wait for Silvermoon to recover his mana. Once again, this proves that his OP skill continuously consumes mana. Just now, he used up all his mana. Brother Yu nodded and excitedly yelled at Unscathed in battle, "What was the damage of that charge just now?" Damage my ass. Hurry up and help me. Roared and scathed in battle. At this time, surrounded by 4 people, the 2 warriors didn't have much attack power. However, the 2 large shields on the left and right blocked and scathed in battle's path. Silvermoon and the other warrior took out their swords and stabbed at and scathed in battle to vent their anger. Brother Yu's eyes lit up even more. He yelled at and scathed in battle, "What was the damage of that sword? Hurry up and write it down, hurry up and write it down." He tried to use this opportunity to figure out the normal attack attributes of Silvermoon's king's sword. What a bunch of scum. Unscathed in battle looked up to the sky and sighed. He wanted to cry, but no tears came out. "Even if you die, you have to die for something," shouted Brother Yu. "Collect data." That being said, no one would really let Unscathed in battle get stabbed to death. Everyone temporarily put down what they were doing and came to help. The Han family young master quickly cast a few healing spells on Unscathed in battle. Brother Yu also cast a blessing of endurance to help slightly increase his defense. Sword Demon waved his large staff and rushed over to help Unscathed in battle. The entangled Gu Fei and Yutian Shenming came to help in time. Yutian Shenming roared and finally shot his arrows at the enemy. Gu Fei threw a small fireball over and followed closely behind. "Hold on." Silvermoon was also gritting her teeth. They desperately wanted to finish off Unscathed in battle before the enemy's reinforcements arrived. But with just his and the warriors' normal attacks, finishing off Unscathed in battle wasn't something that could be done in an instant. Seeing that their efficiency was far from enough, the warrior opposite Silvermoon yelled, "Spread out." There was no need to say anything about the tacit understanding between the few of them. The 2 heavy soldiers took a step back, while Silvermoon did the same. At the same time, she cast a power blessing on the soldier. The warrior let out a low roar and lowered his sword, preparing to use Whirlwind Slash on Unscathed in battle. This was much more effective than the 2's normal attacks. Whether or not they could kill him depended on this one move. Everything happened so quickly and suddenly that Unscathed in battle couldn't react in time. Under their expectant gazes, the space behind Unscathed in battle suddenly shattered and distorted. "Fuck!" Silvermoon roared. He had seen this scene many times today, and it really gave him a headache. Gu Fei had already teleported behind Unscathed in battle. The sword in his hand had already been swung, and with the chant of Dual Flame Flash, it struck the warrior's body. Taking the initiative to kill the opponent before they could activate their Whirlwind Slash was Gu Fei's forte against warriors. This warrior was obviously more of a violent type. He didn't have much HP, and the warrior's physical defense was useless in front of magic. In the midst of the flames, the warrior had only raised his sword halfway before he disappeared. The Whirlwind Slash had been cast outside of the arena. "Qianli. You're so loyal." Unscathed in battle was touched. "Nonsense. If you die, you won't get perfect. The experience and money reward will be much less," Gu Fei said. He especially emphasized the word money. Gu Fei was in urgent need of money. His debt alone was more than 1,800 gold. At this time, Brother Yu saw that Unscathed in battle had been saved. He hurriedly called out to him, "What's the data? Do you remember it?" Unscathed in battle's face was full of tears. "Is there really someone who cares about my safety?" As he spoke, Yutian Shenming's voice floated over. He looked at Unscathed in battle and said regretfully, "Why didn't you die? What a pity." Gu Fei nodded, "See, there are still people who care about your life." Unscathed in battle's face was full of tears again. There were only 3 people left on Silvermoon's side. The last combatant had already disappeared. The 3 of them were at a loss. Only then did the young master's elite group stop fooling around and fight with all their might. The 2 sides lined up and stared at each other. Brother Yu saw that he didn't get any data despite having such a good opportunity. He felt depressed. He was like a normal player who didn't get any good equipment from a monster. Seeing that no one was moving or talking, Brother Yu was the first to jump out. Who dares to charge me? Brother Yu shouted at the two heavy warriors. Silvermoon frowned at him. Silvermoon frowned at him. He hadn't noticed that Brother Yu and the others were collecting information on his equipment. Seeing Silvermoon look at him, Brother Yu immediately shouted, "What are you looking at? Kill me if you have the guts." Fortunately, the usually calm sword demon came over and pulled Brother Yu to the side. "I've memorized the damage from charge." Brother Yu was overjoyed and immediately asked Sword Demon for the information. He only needed this point to calculate the attributes of Silvermoon's skill. After doing some calculations in his notebook, Brother Yu finally revealed a satisfied smile. "Looks like it's an attribute increase. It's around 15%. Speed, attack, and HP all seem to have increased. This means that it should be an increase in all attributes, right? It's really overpowered. But the cooldown is 10 minutes and the skill only lasts for 25 seconds. It's only a surprise attack." Han Family Young Master said. "Why do I feel like it wasn't just 25 seconds in Moonlit Night City? It seems like it's been a long time." Yutian Xinming said. The few of them were whispering and discussing, completely ignoring the three of them. When Silvermoon heard that the other party had actually dug out the attributes of his king's sword, he was shocked. At this time, Gu Fei had already stepped forward and smiled. "Let's continue talking." Silvermoon carefully looked at the 6 people and also smiled. "No need, we've lost." After saying this, he nodded towards the other 2. The 3 of them suddenly flashed and disappeared. What happened? Gu Fei was shocked. He admitted defeat. Han Family Young Master said indifferently. "What a pity." Gu Fei sighed. "I only managed to slash him once. There will be a chance." Han Family Young Master said. "Look at how he was when he left. Sooner or later, he'll find a chance to take revenge. I'm really looking forward to it." Gu Fei was excited. Chapter 198. The battle with Silvermoon could be said to be a close shave. Gu Fei's teleportation caused Silvermoon and the others to feel dizzy and disoriented. If it was a normal mage, a teleport wouldn't be too hard to deal with. However, the problem was that Gu Fei's mage style was completely different from normal people. Teleporting would suddenly appear in front of you and cut you down. This was like a warrior that knew teleport. This was too hard to accept. After the system finished calculating the results and sent the 6 child elite group players out of the map, they saw Silvermoon and the others waiting for them outside the teleportation point. "Good fight. Good fight." Silvermoon greeted them with a big smile as soon as she saw the 6 of them. The 6 were quite surprised. To be honest, after a match, both sides would usually exchange a few words outside the arena. After all, it was a match organized by the system, not a revenge. Victory and defeat were decided, but the friendship was still there. Moreover, if one side lost, it usually meant that the other side was an expert. Most people in the game were happy to make friends with experts and felt proud of it. However, Silvermoon had a grudge against the child elite group just like Han Family Young Master said. Now that he had been eliminated by child elite group in the mercenary battle, everyone was hoping that he wouldn't set up an ambush outside the teleportation point. Who would have thought that he would be so happy? Silvermoon looked at the 6 of them with an expression of admiration. He extended his hand and shook everyone's hands. "What's your name? What's your name?" Apart from Gu Fei, he asked everyone's name. These people's names were all very famous in the online gaming world. When Silvermoon heard them, his jaw dropped. He couldn't help but shout, "I've heard a lot about you. I've heard a lot about you." When it came to Han Family Young Master, Silvermoon tilted his head and thought for a while. He couldn't remember who this person was, so he treated him as a new talent like Gu Fei. "I didn't think Cloud City would have so many epic experts." Silvermoon couldn't help but sigh. Epic level. Such exaggerated praise made the experts quite happy, and they couldn't help but feel a little lightheaded. Silvermoon then picked out a few people's strong points and praised them. For example, Imperial Divine Cries Mage, Invincible Battles Warrior, Brother Yu's Omniscience, Sword Ghost's Kingly Aura, and so on. A sugar-coated bullet. They were all corroded. Gu Fei thought to himself as he looked at Yutian Shinming, unscathed in battle, and Brother Yu, who were already overjoyed. Look at the sword demon. As expected of someone who was born as a boss. In the face of such flattery, he was quite resistant and didn't bat an eyelid. Silvermoon, the Han family young master, did not know his true identity and was not familiar with him. For a moment, he did not know what to say, so he simply said, "This brother is too handsome." "Yes, I know." The Han family young master responded faintly, which directly stunned Silvermoon for 3 seconds. He had to clench his teeth to not spit out the words, "too shameless." Next was Gu Fei's turn. This time, thousands of words really turned into one sentence. Silvermoon said passionately, "Brother, you are too strong." Gu Fei smiled modestly. At this point, Silvermoon finished greeting everyone and began to say goodbye reluctantly. "We are all playing mercenary groups. I hope there will be opportunities to cooperate in the future." After saying that, he said goodbye and left first. This Silvermoon was indeed born as an expert. His words of praise were very precise. If it was Gu Fei who did not have a deep understanding of the game, he wouldn't even understand what he was praising. However, the two people involved, Yutian Shinming and Unscathed in Battle, were still intoxicated after Silvermoon left. This made the two of them extremely happy. Then they went to Little Ray's bar to celebrate a little and advanced to the next round. In the process of despising Yutian Shinming and Unscathed in Battle, the two of them insisted that they were just fooling around. "Humph. That kind of trash is not even in my sight." Yutian Shinming glared at the front and made a aiming gesture. However, it seems that he no longer cares about what happened in Moonlit Night City. If that is really the case, this person is quite magnanimous. "Brother," you said. However, the Han family young master sneered. "Magnanimous? I think he is very shrewd." In today's confrontation, he quietly set up a few traps. Fortunately, Qianli's newly mastered teleportation completely messed up his plans. Otherwise, the result would be hard to say. "Set up a trap." "What kind of trap?" Yutian Shinming asked. "Using a defensive stance to lure us into close combat with them." Han family young master said. "Long-range attacks are useless. Their defense is too strong." Yutian Shinming said. "That is why I said that even though you know it is disadvantageous, you still have to step into a trap." Han family young master said. "Pfft. Let's see who has the patience." Yutian Shinming said. "It doesn't matter to us." Han family young master stretched his body. "I just don't know if anyone will participate in the guild confrontation when it is 9 o'clock. "Huh?" Yutian Shinming was startled. "Then after another 2 to 3 hours, I don't know if anyone will be in a hurry to go offline." Han family young master looked at Gu Fei. "That is why I rushed up and killed them all." Gu Fei clenched his fists. At the mention of this matter, everyone became depressed again. Gu Fei had taken care of all the enemies in this match. Even if the others had help from the side, their contributions wouldn't be as great as his. Imperial Sky Shinming watched as Sword Ghost took out a small notebook to calculate the points of this match, and he couldn't stop shouting, "Ah ah ah ah." Actually, the biggest reward from this match is the data of Silvermoon's skill. Don't you think so? Han family young master suddenly said. Everyone immediately understood when they heard this. They all expressed that this was the main point of the match and that it was the most important aspect of the match. It was under my tactical arrangement that we managed to dig out the secret of Silvermoon's skill. Give me more points. Han family young master went up to look at Sword Demon's record. My calculations are also very complicated. Give me a few more points. Brother, you also patted Sword Demon. The data I got from being attacked. Unscathed in battle also came up to take credit. Sword Demon nodded his head and said, I also got attacked and got my data. What about me? What about me? Yutian Shinming was anxious. He couldn't think of any contribution in this matter. You lent me the pen and notebook I'm using. Brother Yu waved the arithmetic book he had just used. Oh yeah. Yutian Shinming's worry turned to joy. Qianli didn't contribute at all. TSK TSK TSK. Everyone looked at Gu Fei and sighed. Gu Fei originally didn't want to argue with these guys about these stupid points. After all, he wasn't as passionate about these little things in the game. However, when he saw the gloating looks on their faces, he knew that they were up to no good on purpose. He immediately felt that he couldn't let them succeed in their scheme. He immediately asked, You can get points for gathering information on that skill? Of course. And you'll get a lot of points. Yutian Shinming immediately said. Give me a pen and paper. Gu Fei extended his hand. What for? I have information. Gu Fei said. Everyone was confused. Brother Yu pulled out a piece of paper from his notebook and gave it to Gu Fei along with a pen. Gu Fei took it and bent over the table. Not long after, he started writing. After a short while, he handed it back. 100% accurate and detailed information. Everyone continued to be confused as they took it. Equipped King's Sword. Added battle formation, King's Command. Effect, all party members within range have their stats increased by 15%. Mana cost per second is 4% of max skill cooldown, 10 minutes. It wasn't just the description of the skill. Gu Fei also wrote down the King's Sword's normal attack numbers as well as the +8 to all stats. It's pretty good. Yutian Shinming was the first to snort. It's real. Gu Fei smiled. How do you know? Yutian Shinming said. Just ask the boundless Mang Mang. Gu Fei said. Everyone was stunned. Especially Brother Yu, who was doing math until his head was about to explode. He looked like a lamp that had run out of oil as he sat down on the sofa. How many points can we get like this? Gu Fei asked Sword Demon. Sword Demon looked sympathetically at the people who were racking their brains and said, Most of the points are still yours. Sword Demon, whose side are you on? Yutian Shinming roared. Roaring at the person in charge of recording the points. Your guts are too big. Sword Demon said indifferently. Sword Demon, who was familiar with the rules and regulations of the game, obviously wouldn't be easy to deal with. Ha! Big brother Sword Demon, is that enough wine? How about another cup? Yutian Shinming smiled. Sword Demon waved his hand and tore away the points he had just recorded and started writing again. Gu Fei had killed the most enemies and collected the most accurate and detailed information. He alone took up 75% of the points in this match. The faces of the people who were watching were like dead ashes. Students, harming others will eventually harm themselves. Remember this. I'm leaving first. Gu Fei got up and left the room. Ah! Wait! Brother Yu, who had been sitting in the corner of the room, saw Gu Fei leave and suddenly remembered something. He jumped up and chased after him. What is it? With a whoosh, Gu Fei teleported back and suddenly appeared in front of Brother Yu. He was so shocked that he almost couldn't breathe. After the guild match is over, I have something to talk to you about. You won't go offline, right? Brother Yu asked. It's still early. I won't go offline first. What's the matter? I'll call you when the time comes. Brother Yu patted him. Go do what you have to do first. After Gu Fei left, everyone in the room looked at Brother Yu. Brother Yu's smile was extremely wretched. The business is going very well. There will be many customers coming to negotiate tonight. Okay. Make a lot of money. Yutian Shinming roared. Chapter 199. Of the 6 members of Child Elite Group, only Yutian Shenming would participate in the guild competition after the mercenary tournament. After Gu Fei left, Brother Yu had already started to make arrangements in Little Ray's bar. Yutian Shenming was afraid that he wouldn't be able to get a piece of the pie, so he repeatedly urged Brother Yu to wait for him to come back before starting. "Don't worry." Brother Yu patted his chest. After receiving this reply, Yutian Shenming felt relieved and went to participate in his guild competition. Brother Yu had already planned for this matter. Even the owner of the bar, Little Ray, seemed to have become his business partner. Under Little Ray's arrangement, the customers in the bar were all gathered to the left side, while the right side was empty. Brother Yu ordered Unscathed in Battle, who had infinite strength, to pull up the benches and put together the tables. In an instant, it looked like the scene of a press conference. The players in the bar were naturally curious and asked what was going on. Brother Yu just smiled and didn't answer. Unscathed in Battle, who had put in the hard work, looked at the clean scene and opened his mouth wide. "Is there a need to make such a big scene?" "This is marketing," Brother Yu said. Brother Yu said, "Only goods that you value enough will attract the desire of others to buy them." Han Family Young Master, who was holding a glass of wine in his hand, poked his head out of the private room and interrupted, "Marketing? I think this is mischievous. If you really want to make it so grand, do you want to play Qianli to death or do you want Qianli to hack us to death?" "Yeah." Unscathed in Battle echoed. "You should arrange for Qianli to meet them one by one in private. With so many people at once, not only will Qianli be dissatisfied, I don't think these customers will be happy either. Everyone is willing to meet them one by one. The problem is, how are we going to fool Qianli? We might as well trick them all at once and expose them in front of everyone." Brother Yu said. "You have to be careful. You're dealing with all the bosses in Cloud City right now. If any of them were to stand out and be dissatisfied with you, you'll have a hard time in the future." Han Family Young Master said. "It's okay." Brother Yu smiled slyly. "I've already talked to them. This also shows that it's not easy to get to know this mage. That's why they're more than happy to fork out the money. How much are you going to charge?" Han Family Young Master asked. 100 gold coins per person. "That's not too expensive, right?" Brother Yu said. "Indeed, it's nothing to those influential people." The Han Family Young Master nodded his head. "How much can we earn this time?" This was Unscathed in Battle's main concern. "Hee hee." Brother Yu laughed. 122 guilds and 27 mercenary groups have expressed interest. "How much do you think?" 14,900 gold coins. Unscathed in Battle was dumbfounded. "You've attracted so much attention in such a short time. That's quite efficient." Han Family Young Master said. "It's all thanks to you guys and Yinmu Guild for doing so many things these past 2 days. Their advertisements all over the city have helped us a lot." Brother Yu smiled faintly. "Then why rush it today? Maybe we'll get more profit if we wait a few more days." Han Family Young Master said. "Right now, Unscathed and Yunmu Guild's advertisements are at their strongest. The entire city is filled with curiosity. After this time, everyone's interest will cool down. Many people will probably adopt a wait-and-see attitude. For this kind of business, you can earn as much as you can. If you miss this opportunity, there won't be another one. Why bother about how much? Be careful that you don't end up with nothing." Brother Yu said. While the two were discussing the tricks of speculation, Unscathed in Battle was calculating with his fingers. 14900, then how much can I get? Unscathed in Battle calculated and glanced at Sword Demon, who was watching coldly from the side. He asked, "Sword Demon, this is a pie that fell from the sky. You're really not going to take it?" Sword Demon smiled indifferently. "I'll pass. I'll be leaving first. You guys go. I won't be sending you off." Unscathed in Battle didn't have any intentions of persuading him. One less person participating meant one less person to split the money and he could take more. Unscathed in battle had such a simple thought. When he heard of such a huge amount, he even wished that no one would participate and that he could manage it alone. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel excited that Brother Yu was doing such a big business with everyone. It was obvious that this business didn't require any combat power. As long as it was one person, Brother Yu could do it alone. Now that you're doing it with everyone, how interesting. Unscathed in battle's heart was filled with emotion. As he thought about it, he sent a message to Yutian Shinming, "Hey, still not coming? We're about to start, we don't have time to wait for you." "What? It's only been 5 minutes and you guys are already starting? You guys are doing this on purpose." Yutian Shinming, who was in the middle of a guild battle, was anxious. "We have no choice. The customer is God. There are many things that we can't control." Unscathed in battle was gloating and bragging. If Yutian Shinming was exasperated and shouted, "You guys do it, don't worry about me," he would have achieved his true goal. Unfortunately, Yutian Shinming wasn't so impulsive. After calmly weighing the benefits, he resolutely gave up on the guild battle. Using the excuse of having diarrhea and needing to go to the toilet, he informed his guild comrades and volunteered to die. After exiting the battlefield map, he ran like a whirlwind to Little Ray's bar. When he entered the bar, the left side was packed with people and the right side was empty. Only Brother Yu and the Han family young master randomly picked a place to drink and chat. When they saw Yutian Shinming suddenly enter, the two were even a little surprised. Brother Yu looked at the time. "It's over already? Had reigning the four seas become so powerful? If I remember correctly, your opponent today is also a level 4 guild. It shouldn't be this fast, right?" From the corner of his eye, Yutian Shinming saw Unscathed in battle laughing uncontrollably in the corner. He knew that he had been tricked and roared as he shot an endless number of arrows at Unscathed in battle. "I don't care about the replies." Han family young master reminded the two indifferently. The two immediately didn't dare to be too arrogant, afraid that they would accidentally kill the other party. Although they often hoped that the other party would die a horrible death, they hoped that the other party would be surrounded and killed, ambushed and PK killed, or accidentally killed by their comrades in battle. They never hoped that the other party would die by their own hands. Yutian Shinming temporarily calmed down and looked at the layout of the bar. Like the many players who didn't know the inside story, he asked, "What are they doing?" "Gather up, it'll be over in one meet and greet." Brother Yu said, and then instructed Unscathed in battle, "You have an important mission, which is to keep an eye on Qianli. Don't let him escape. If you notice that the situation isn't right and he wants to escape, you have to catch him. Since it's come to this, just ignore his wishes." Unscathed in battle's face was gloomy. "This mission is too dangerous." Brother Yu nodded, "So in terms of money, we will give you an appropriate amount of compensation. If I really die, no amount of money will be able to make up for the damage to my heart. So you guys see, any opportunity to earn big money has a certain amount of risk." Brother Yu said, "Why do I feel like this risk is being borne by me alone?" Unscathed in battle's face was sullen. "Only you can easily catch Qianli and not let him escape. How about this, everyone gather some anti-magic equipment, you wear it first. When the time comes, I will bless you with energy. Gongzi's recovery spell will be ready at any time. You can go in peace." Brother Yu said. With that said, each of them contributed their various magic defense equipment. Unscathed in battle temporarily took off his heavy armor and all kinds of rough accessories, and put on these miscellaneous things. But the anti-magic equipment provided by the others were all of the slimmer type, which really didn't match Unscathed in battle's rough physique and temperament. Thus, the most incongruous warrior in history was born. "Stain, this is really a stain on my life." Unscathed in battle looked down at himself, flustered and exasperated. His feelings for warriors didn't lose out to Yutian Shinming's feelings for wizards. He really couldn't stand such a weirdly dressed warrior, and even worse, this warrior was himself. "Bear with it, safety first," Brother Yu said solemnly, holding back his laughter. Then, the four of them discussed some of the details of this event, while boss Little Ray maintained order in the tavern. As time passed, Brother Yu muttered, "Someone should be here soon, right?" Just as he finished muttering, the tavern's right door was kicked open. "Damn it, I finally found you. This Little Ray's bar is looking for death." Brother Yu and the others turned their heads to look, and couldn't help but be startled. There were 3 people who entered together, and the one in front was the current boss of Moonlit Night City, the legendary leader of the 10 Meetings Alliance, Yun Zhongmu. Yun Zhongmu also glanced at the 4 of them, and approached them with a chuckle. "I knew it was you guys who spread the news. Ha, you guys came up with this kind of method to earn money, you guys are really awesome." After saying that, he took out a bag of money from his pocket, and threw it on the table. "I heard it's 100 gold coins. Come, count it." After saying that, he rubbed his hands, found a place to sit, and looked around. "I've been wanting to get to know this brother for a long time. How is it? Where is he? Still not here?" Brother Yu and the others were still in a daze, and no one touched the bag of money on the table. After a while, Yutian Shinming was the first to come back to his senses, and looked at Brother Yu. "Awesome, he even opened his business to the outer city." Brother Yu was also surprised. "Those who want to come will contact me in advance, but this guy came by himself without saying a word." "Then, I'm afraid he's not the only one like this, right?" Han family young master said calmly. "Ah, looks like it's more than 14,900 gold coins. No, it should be 15,000. Unscathed in battle looked at the bag of money on the table excitedly. Chapter 200. He could instantly kill a group of people with just a wave of his hand. Such a powerful mage was definitely rare. Yun Zhongmu and the others clearly had Gu Fei in their hearts. Suddenly finding an opportunity to get to know him on the forums, they immediately ran over from Moonlit Night City. "You guys came all the way here. Don't you need to participate in the mercenary competition today?" Brother Yu greeted the 3 of them. "It would take at least 2 to 3 hours to get here from Moonlit Night City." Yun Zhongmu laughed. "With the strength of our mercenary group and guild, missing 3 people doesn't matter at all." After saying this, he swept his gaze across the empty area in the tavern. "What a big show, there must be a lot of people coming tonight." Brother Yu nodded. Yun Zhongmu looked at them again and asked, "Where's Boss Sword Demon? Why don't I see him?" During the battle in Moonlit Night City, Sword Demon had truly fought alongside them, so they were more familiar with each other. "He's busy, so he won't be coming," Brother Yu said. "It's rare for him to come over. Let's all have a drink after this," Yun Zhongmu said loudly. Han family young master was obviously happy to hear this kind of suggestion. However, he and Yun Zhongmu had an argument in Moonlit Night City and didn't like each other. When it came to drinking, one had to drink with the right people. Otherwise, it would be better to drink alone. Thus, this suggestion that should have been approved by Han family young master, he didn't say a word. The others also let Yun Zhongmu shout without saying anything. At this time, the bosses of various guilds and mercenary groups in Cloud City started to appear in the tavern. Brother Yu didn't bother with Yun Zhongmu and got up to greet the guests. Greeting them was actually secondary. Brother Yu arranged for everyone to sit down, but the main point was to collect the fee first. At this time, everyone's reactions were different. Some didn't say anything and handed over their money on the spot. Some were hesitant and worried that this was a scam. They wouldn't release the eagle until they saw the rabbit. There were also some who liked to win people's hearts. Seeing this situation, they immediately took advantage of the situation. They handed over their money pouches and shouted, "Just from the name of your brother Yu, I can trust you." Han family young master realized that the effect of the advertisement wasn't just limited to the commotion caused by playing Wine and Yimu Guild in the past 2 days. The information released by the intelligence expert, Brother Yu, was a living signboard. Brother Yu's influence in the gaming forum was not to be underestimated. Brother Yu was patiently persuading those who didn't want to pay first. "Everyone here is a boss. If I cheat you, How am I going to survive in the future? Some of them thought it was reasonable, and immediately took out their money, but there were always those who refused to take it no matter what. In such a situation, Brother Yu could not help but wonder if the other party was the real scammer. After all, although Brother Yu was the seller, he was the weaker party. Facing these boss-level figures, if they were really shameless and refused to pay after the matter, Brother Yu really could not do anything. After all, it was only 100 gold coins. It wasn't good to gather people and fight with them. Just say it was for 100 gold coins. That would be really embarrassing. What should we do if we meet such a person? Han family young master had already expected this situation and asked Brother Yu. Then we can only ask him to leave. Brother Yu answered. At that moment, facing a few people who refused to pay, Brother Yu said frankly, everyone, the rule today is that you have to pay first. So many bosses have paid first. If you don't want to pay, wouldn't it be unfair to them? If you insist, then I'm sorry, Brother Yu said as he gestured in the direction of the door. Of course, there were some who were not easy to get along with. They immediately slammed the table and jumped up, pointing at Brother Yu and yelling. At the same time, they also yelled at the other bosses, saying that the rule of receiving money first before looking at the goods was unreasonable and that they should work together to protect their own rights and so on. What if someone jumps up and yells? Han family young master had already expected this kind of people. If I set the price at 1,000 gold coins, it would be very dangerous. Unfortunately, I set the price at 100 gold coins, which is nothing to most bosses. Those who would jump up and yell because of this amount of money are just small shrimps who can't do anything. There's no need to worry about them. Brother Yu answered. The small shrimps who were trying to provoke the public were jumping up and down, but their reaction was mediocre. Even Brother Yu was watching him with a smile. This person was indignant and was about to increase the intensity of his provocation. Suddenly, someone also slammed the table and stood up. Just when he was pleased that his persuasion was finally effective, he saw this person pointing at his nose and scolding, "So noisy, who are you? Get out if you don't want to pay." "Boss Wu Xia, how can you say that? You see, I'm just." This person did not know many of them, but he knew all the bosses present here very well. He could even call out the name of any one of them who stood up from the table. Unfortunately, they didn't even bother to listen to him. Not only this person called Wu Xia, the other bosses also began to glare at him. Just as Brother Yu said, if he offended all these bosses, how could he survive in the future? This person saw that the situation wasn't right, so he immediately shut his mouth and left the tavern with his tail between his legs. Like him, two of his comrades who refused to pay first immediately stood up and left, while the rest were finally willing to pay the 100 gold coins. Although this was a small incident, it saved a lot of trouble for the future work. If the players who came later had doubts about paying 100 gold coins first, all the bosses would immediately glare at them. Brother Yu's money was really easy. Not only that, but the bosses also remembered that they had to spend money to meet this powerful mage. At this moment, the other customers in the tavern had gotten a great deal for free. With this thought in mind, all the bosses glared at the other customers in the tavern. After watching for a long time, these bystanders had a general understanding of the situation. At least at this time, if they wanted to stay in the tavern, they had to pay 100 gold coins. This was clear to everyone. So without waiting for others to say anything, most of them took the initiative to leave. There were also a few who were curious and didn't lack money. They also threw 100 gold coins at Brother Yu, indicating that they wanted to stay and see what was going on. There were also more than 10 people like this. It was really a windfall. Unscathed in battle, who was hiding in the corner, was so happy that he couldn't close his mouth. As for why he was hiding in the corner, it was because he was embarrassed to stand in front of the crowd, because he was too embarrassed to stand in front of the crowd. The situation had stabilized. The whole little raised bar had unexpectedly become the meeting place. Everyone noisily rearranged their seats, making it spacious and comfortable. At this time, no one had entered the tavern for a long time. Although there was still some time before Brother Yu's notice, there were already people who couldn't wait and asked Brother Yu if they could start early. There are still people who haven't arrived. Brother Yu smiled. Let's start on time. Everyone, have a few drinks first. All the drinks are on me. The bosses didn't say anything. A few drinks didn't make them excited. They had all spent 100 gold coins to sit here, so what was a free drink? While they were waiting foolishly, the door of the tavern, which had been silent for a long time, was suddenly pushed open again. A warrior in black armor silently walked in. There were people who recognized this person, Black Index Finger, the leader of the largest mercenary group in Cloud City. This person didn't say much. After coming in, he randomly found a place to sit down, put the money bag on the table, and let Brother Yu keep it. Just as everyone was whispering to each other, people suddenly arrived one after another. Moreover, these people were all famous names in Cloud City. Silvermoon, with 2 brothers, also entered the tavern. As soon as she saw Brother Yu and the others, she immediately greeted them warmly. We meet so soon. You also. Brother Yu was a little surprised. Silvermoon and Gu Fei were already acquainted. It seemed that there was no need to greet them. Silvermoon didn't say anything, paid the money, and sat down. After that, 4 girls from the Rebirth of Amethyst also came down. July, Luo Luo, Slender Waist Dance, and Fiercely entered the tavern together. This group made Brother Yu faint. These people were so familiar with Gu Fei. What were they doing here? After casually throwing 100 gold coins, Slender Waist Dance glanced at Brother Yu. Let's see what you guys are up to. Then, another mage, a fighter, and a thief entered the tavern. Before Brother Yu could go up and talk, Yutian Shinming had already jumped up. What are you doing here? Killing a level mage. Of course I want to get to know you. The mage smiled. You are? Brother Yu asked. Drifting. The person replied as he handed over the money bag. The tavern immediately went into an uproar. Unlike Slender Waist Dance, who was in Cloud City and had joined the Rebirth of Amethyst, not many people knew that Drifting was also in Cloud City. The bosses immediately felt their blood boil. This kind of person was also someone that they should focus on recruiting. Many people looked at Drifting and Slender Waist Dance, guessing if there would be any sparks between these two who were both part of the 5 roaches. Unfortunately, there was no communication between the two. Yutian Shinming jumped up and down to Brother Yu's side, pointing at Drifting's money bag and shouting, take it, take it. Making him spend 100 gold coins, only to find out that this person was Qianli, whom he had known for a long time. Ha, this feels good. Yutian Shinming had a wicked fantasy in his mind. After Drifting paid the money and sat down, another person entered the tavern. It was an extremely beautiful girl. She looked around and muttered, I should have done this earlier, as she took out her wallet. Unexpectedly, a few of the bosses had already flipped the table and stood up, pointing at the girl and about to take out their weapons. The girl was shocked, as if she had just woken up from a dream. That's right, how can such a public method be suitable for me? As he muttered to himself, he had already fled, leaving Brother Yu, who had stretched out his hand to receive the money, at a complete loss. While he was at a loss, the other door of the tavern was pushed open. The leader of the largest guild in Cloud City, Unsworn Sword, had finally arrived. Behind him were his 2 companions, Time Reflected and Wind Star. Ha! So many people. Unsworn Sword had the aura of a big guild leader. He picked a seat with an imposing appearance and threw a money bag to Brother Yu. Can we start? Brother Yu took it and nodded. Wait a moment. After that, he had already sent a message to Gu Fei. Come to Little Ray's bar. Oh. Such a coincidence. I'm also going over. Gu Fei replied. Butterfly Knot, it's already 200 chapters, it's so heroic. Tomorrow's Little Ray's bar will be very lively. Chapter 201. Comrades, they'll be here soon. Brother Yu announced as he scanned the crowd. He then whispered to Han family young master, those who should be here aren't here, but there are so many who shouldn't be here. Are you talking about singing to wine and Yunmu Guild? Han family young master smiled. Brother Yu nodded. If singing to wine asked for people, would I still be sitting here so calmly? I'd have to avoid them no matter what. Han family young master smiled. What's going on? Brother Yu asked. I'm not sure. I think they've already met up with Qinli. Han family young master said. That means Yunmu Guild is the same. I didn't expect their advertisement to be so effective. Brother Yu was surprised. The Han family's young master shrugged. Brother Yu scanned the crowd again and said to Han family young master, I also saw some people hiding, as if they're too embarrassed to show their faces in front of everyone. They're all new faces. The Han family's young master nodded. I've noticed it too. Both of them subconsciously glanced at the few people hiding in the shadows. We don't have time to think so much. The focus of this event is still on Qinli. Let's get ready. Han family young master said. Brother Yu nodded and signaled to Unscathed in Battle. Unscathed in Battle came out from a dark corner. The noisy bar instantly quietened down. What's that? A pet? I've never heard of a pet system. The bosses whispered. Unscathed in Battle's outfit was too weird. As a VR game, one couldn't just look at the stats. Appearance was also an important factor. At that moment, Zhang Wushang's messy collection of various styles was put together like an abstract oil painting. Imperial Sky Divine Ming was laughing so hard that his mouth was cramping, attracting the attention of some people. Unfortunately, he was noticed by Sword Without Oath, who had just arrived and immediately called out, Imperial Sky, why are you here too? As the guild leader, he didn't necessarily know everyone in the guild, but Imperial God Ming's name alone was enough to draw attention. Naturally, Unsworn Sword paid some attention to him. If it wasn't for Yutian Shenming's young age and the fact that he wasn't playing sorcerer, he would have invited him to be a core member long ago. Imperial Sky God Ming was so pleased with himself that he exposed himself, but he quickly turned from guest to host. President, you're here too, you also want to get to know this mage? Why don't you just ask me? I know him. At this time, the Sword of No Oath had already been paid, and Imperial Heaven Divine Ming also began to boast shamelessly. However, it was only 100 gold coins, so Unsworn Sword didn't feel any regret. Instead, he felt that there was someone in the guild who knew the sorcerer, and there would be many opportunities to talk to him in the future. There were so many people here today, and they were probably just here to get to know each other. If they were lucky, they could add each other as friends. It was probably impossible to talk about roping him in today. Zhang Wushang shocked everyone the moment he showed his face. He was so shocked that he was embarrassed on the spot. Brother Yu patted him on the shoulder and whispered in his ear, "We'll give you more money." Zhang Wushang gritted his teeth and steeled his heart. He didn't care anymore and strode to the door with his usual bold steps. They had already planned it out. As soon as Gu Fei entered the door, Unscathed in Battle would put his arm around his shoulder intimately. This way, he would never be able to escape. Little Ray. Close that door. Brother Yu said to Little Ray. There were 2 doors in the tavern, one on the left and one on the right. Unscathed in Battle guarded the right door. Little Ray nodded. As the owner of the tavern, he was allowed to do this. He was about to lock the left door, but it aroused some of the boss's suspicions. Guarding the right door and locking the left door at the same time. No matter how you looked at it, they were going to close the door and beat the dogs. The experienced bosses were all on alert, especially the ones that Brother Yu and the Han family young master were paying attention to. For a moment, they seemed like they were going to rush out first. Brother Yu did not foresee that this would cause suspicion. He explained, I just don't want to be disturbed. What I'm selling should be considered information. Only those who paid will sit here. If someone accidentally broke in and heard the information for nothing, it would be unfair to everyone. Brother Yu did not say that he was afraid of the goods escaping. Instead, he found such a high-sounding reason. The bosses accepted this explanation and no longer cared about how Little Ray locked the door. They continued to pay attention to the colorful unscathed in battle guarding the right door. At this moment, the right door was pushed open with a squeak. A mage in a black robe appeared in front of everyone's expectant eyes. The bosses looked over eagerly, but found that this person had a mask on his face. However, the familiar Brother Yu and the Han family young master could tell that this person was Gu Fei from the shape of his body. Brother Yu was puzzled, but he quickly winked at Unscathed in Battle. "Ha, why are you so late?" Unscathed in Battle laughed amiably. He stretched out his arm to put it around Gu Fei's shoulder. Unexpectedly, Gu Fei seemed to be prepared. He dodged Unscathed in Battle's arm in a flash. He stared at Unscathed in Battle in surprise and said, "What is this?" "It's me." Unscathed in Battle hurriedly put his face in front of Gu Fei. "How did you end up like this?" Gu Fei was surprised. "It's a long story, cough." Unscathed in Battle said as he slapped Gu Fei again. However, Gu Fei took a step forward and dodged the slap. He took a few steps and arrived in front of Brother Yu. "Why are you looking for me?" Brother Yu cleared his throat and was about to speak when Gu Fei suddenly reached out his hand to stop him. "Wait for me in the private room first. I'll come in after I'm done." "Ah, what do you want?" Brother Yu was stunned. Gu Fei waved his hand and threw a gold coin at Little Ray. When he saw the signal, Little Ray was instantly stunned. Then, he saw Gu Fei kick over a bench in front of him. He pulled out his sword and shouted, "Wanted mission. There's nothing else. Get out of here." There was an uproar. As the various bosses of Cloud City, they were very well informed. They had long heard of a mage who specialized in doing wanted missions. His skills were not bad. It was said that he had never failed before. There were also people who were curious and wanted to visit him. However, this person was doing wanted missions every day and chased after the coordinates all over the world. He was very secretive. Those who were lucky enough to see him once wanted to wait for him to finish his task before going to talk to him. In the end, when he was done and was tidying up his clothes, he disappeared in a flash of white light. No one knew the use of the wind-chasing emblem in this mission. Those who saw this scene all felt that this person was actually using a teleportation scroll to do wanted missions. It was really very professional and extravagant. Looking at the expressions of Brother Yu and the others, the powerful mage he was referring to was undoubtedly this person. Among the people present, those who were familiar with Gu Fei, such as Thin Waist Dance and the others, recognized this person as Gu Fei based on his figure and clothes. Drifting, who wasn't very familiar with Gu Fei, saw the scene of him throwing gold coins and shouting, "Wanted mission," and already remembered the scene when they first met. He smiled knowingly. It's really him. There was another person who knew Gu Fei through this mission, and that was Silvermoon. And that was the starting point of all the events in Moonlit Night City. For a moment, Silvermoon was in a trance. Gu Fei's words shocked everyone. Then, he waved his sword forward. "It's you. Everyone else, make way." However, this sword was just a trick. He quickly pointed and then withdrew his sword. At least a dozen people thought that Gu Fei was pointing at them. There were many bosses here who had PK points. Unfortunately, when Gu Fei pointed at them, they immediately didn't know what to do. Even if they didn't have PK points, when they were targeted by Gu Fei, they were dazed for a moment and subconsciously dodged. There weren't that many top experts in the game, and it wasn't possible for all of them to coincidentally gather in Cloud City to be the boss of a guild. Being the boss of a guild didn't mean that you could fight 100 people at once. Your main advantage was that you could fight 100 people at once. However, everyone came here alone and didn't have any underlings. Facing a legendary mage who could instantly kill people, they instantly felt insecure. Make way. Make way. Magic doesn't have eyes. Gu Fei shouted as he waved his sword and chanted. This time, even more people panicked. In a place like the tavern, everyone sat close to each other. They were even more united than when they were fighting. If a mage really cast an AoE spell, the consequences would be unimaginable. Fire 3,000 layers flames. Rise! Gu Fei randomly pointed at a place and began to chant. It immediately caused a huge commotion. The bosses lost their courage and stood up to dodge. However, Gu Fei's chanting this time was purely an illusion. When he pointed his sword at a location, he used fickle in the morning, fickle in the evening, pointing at more than a dozen places. Even the most experienced player would not be able to tell where the fire would come from. Of course, an experienced and calm master like Drifter could tell that the spell couldn't be cast when the sword danced like that. When casting this type of spell, the mage's hand or staff had to point at the place where the spell was going to attack. For example, Gu Fei's sword shook more than 10 times while he was chanting. Drifting didn't know how he did it, but he was sure that it was a failed chant. Drifting wasn't the only one who could tell that Gu Fei was just bluffing. Looking at the scene, reigning the 4 seas, the leader of Black Mercenary Group, Black Index Finger, Silvermoon, Cloud Twilight from Moonlit City, and a few other guild leaders were all sitting still. Apart from them, the reborn Amethyst girls were also very calm. They thought that they were friends with Gu Fei. Even if they were the wanted targets, they had to let him go. Chapter 202. Those who could calmly see through Gu Fei's trick were few and far between. Most of them were confused by his fickleness and thought that Gu Fei had cast the spell on the soles of their feet. The scene instantly went out of control. The bosses screamed as they got up and ran away. Drifting and the other experts looked at the panicking bosses with contempt. Suddenly, there was a loud bang and a huge flame burst out from the ground in the middle of the tavern. The 1,000 layers of flames of the cinder tree had really started burning. The range of the spell could not possibly cover the entire tavern. The players who were running away would naturally run from the center to the sides. No one would run to the center. Not many people were hit by the spell. Most of them were those who thought that they could see through Gu Fei's trick and were sitting comfortably. Among them were the number 1 mage, Drifting, the reborn Amethyst girls, and the leader of the Black Hand Mercenary Group, Black Index Finger. The ladies of Purple Crystal Rebirth knew how terrifying Gu Fei's magic was. Now that they were burned, it was already too late for them to dodge in shock. They thought that they would be sent back to their own rebirth grounds in an instant, but they didn't expect to be able to stay safely at the scene in the end. Naturally, they were filled with surprise. Drifting, the number 1 mage in the parallel world, did not even know how the spell was cast. He was reflecting on himself. As for the leader of the Black Hand Mercenary Group, he looked at the amount of HP he had lost and laughed, insta-killed a level mage? Naturally, they weren't the only ones who were burned by the spell. There were also some who were slower. When they heard the Black Index Finger's words, they reacted and checked their damage, only to be taken aback. The damage of the 1,000 layers of flames of the cinder tree was far less than that of a naked level 40 mage. How could he call it an instant kill with this kind of damage? That was too shameless. Instant kill was Brother Yu's main slogan in the forum. Many people were attracted by these 2 words. Now that they had personally experienced the damage of Gu Fei's spell, they felt that they had been tricked. For a moment, the crowd was agitated. They pointed at Brother Yu and called him a liar. Some shouted for compensation, while others took out their weapons and wanted to fight. The scene became more and more chaotic. Everything that had happened was outside of Brother Yu's calculations. At this time, seeing so many people brandishing long knives, longbows, short bows, and scepters wanting to kill him, he couldn't help but panic a little. He hurriedly stretched out his hands to calm everyone down. He couldn't help but say, "Don't worry everyone. Take your time, take your time. What else is there to say?" Someone roared. "We've seen the damage of his spell. Is this an instant kill? Tui. Those who had been blasted by Gu Fei already had solid evidence to accuse Brother Yu. The others who had successfully escaped from the fire tree were now busy asking these people for advice. After hearing about the damage of Gu Fei's spell, dissatisfaction quickly spread through the tavern. In the blink of an eye, it had already spread from a small portion to a large portion. It only took 2 to 3 minutes for all of them to be dissatisfied. Brother Yu of course believed that Gu Fei's spell damage could definitely be called an instant kill, but it was also a fact that Gu Fei's fire 3,000 layers flames was being looked down upon. However, as the king of information, Brother Yu instantly understood what was going on. In the game, it wasn't easy for low damage to suddenly become high damage, but there were many ways for high damage players to reduce their damage. As Brother Yu thought about it, he looked at Gu Fei. Even though his face was covered, his eyes, which were exposed through the black cloth, made Brother Yu involuntarily scream in his heart, "Fuck, I've been tricked. Big brother, don't mess around, someone's going to die." Brother Yu immediately sent a private message to Gu Fei. "The user you have called is temporarily unavailable." The system prompted. Fuck, they came prepared. Brother Yu spat out a mouthful of blood. Masked, purposely used a weak spell when he came in, and even turned off messages. This guy had clearly seen through his plan and was purposely here to cause trouble. Brother Yu's heart was filled with helplessness, but he could only watch helplessly as his group of bosses looked as if they were going to eat him alive. This was exactly what he said before to dispel everyone's doubts. Everyone here is a guild leader. If I offend all of you, how am I going to survive in Cloud City? I also have to run. Brother Yu's face was full of tears, and this was the only voice he had in his heart. Who would have thought that at this time, someone would suddenly stand up and say, everyone, calm down, calm down. The person who spoke was Han Family Young Master, but who were the people here? Han Family Young Master obviously didn't have any weight in their eyes, so naturally, no one would listen to what he said. A boss who liked to be arrogant had already pointed at his nose and shouted, "Who are you? Who are you?" At the same time, Brother Yu also received a private message from Han Family Young Master, "If I solve this problem, will I get a big share?" Looting a burning house. As an online gaming expert, private messages were faster than talking. Brother Yu couldn't do anything else, but in this aspect, he was at the top. His reply was even faster than teleportation. Han Family Young Master didn't reply, but just looked at him and smiled. Brother Yu didn't know what kind of trick he had in his heart, so he helplessly nodded at him. Cough. Han Family Young Master cleared his throat. Quiet, quiet. Listen to my explanation. The young master of the Han family shouted at the noisy bosses in an unhurried manner. What else is there to explain? They continued to quarrel. Stop quarreling. Han Family Young Master suddenly shouted, "This person isn't the insta-kill mage that we want to introduce to everyone." Han Family Young Master quickly finished this sentence. Everyone instantly became quiet. Even Gu Fei looked at Han Family Young Master in surprise. Then who is he? Someone immediately asked. How would I know? I don't know him. He's probably a troublemaker. Han Family Young Master said innocently. Fuck. How vicious. Brother Yu shouted in his heart. If Gu Fei was just a weak mage, then all the bosses present would obviously vent their dissatisfaction on his brother Yu. But at this moment, with Han Family Young Master's words, the previous incident became a misunderstanding. If someone wanted to settle the score for that flaming 3,000 layers flame, no matter what, they wouldn't be able to settle it with Brother Yu. This situation was indeed solved. Following that, there would probably be many bosses looking for the troublemaker Gu Fei to settle the score. This would definitely force Gu Fei to reveal his killer nature. When he reaches out his hand and kills a few, then the truth will speak louder than words, and everything will become simple again. It's just that who knows which pitiful people will be sacrificed like this. Brother Yu thought, and looked at the people present with a face of sympathy. He wanted to see who was more anxious about Gu Fei's anger. He was afraid that in the blink of an eye, they would die under Gu Fei's sword. Han family young master's plan wasn't that complicated. Not only did Brother Yu understand it quickly, Gu Fei also understood it in the blink of an eye. In the end, he looked at the two and smiled faintly, "I won't make a move even if I die." The Han clan's young master also smiled indifferently, "Then you can go to hell." Right after saying they didn't know each other, the two of them immediately started a conversation. The people present obviously weren't stupid. Someone immediately questioned, "I thought you guys didn't know each other." "That's right. We don't know each other," Han family young master said. "Then what are you guys mumbling about?" someone asked. "Fuck you," Han family young master said. "What did you say?" The person who asked the question was furious. "Didn't you ask us what we were talking about?" Han family young master continued to look innocent. The person who asked the question was momentarily speechless, and the following development once again exceeded Brother Yu's expectations. Among the people present, there were already some who were eager to make a move against Gu Fei. Silvermoon, who had been silent all this time, suddenly stood up and said calmly, "Everyone, don't panic. This person is right here, he can't run away even if he wants to. Don't forget that we didn't spend 100 gold coins today to fight. Let's first ask Brother Yu to invite the insta-kill level mage out." As she spoke, she was already staring maliciously at Brother Yu and the others. Frankly speaking, the meaning of Gu Fei's appearance was very obvious. It looked like these people were going to introduce him as the mage. Who would have thought that after this unexpected development, Han family young master would suddenly express that he didn't know this person? Things developed too quickly, and most people couldn't wrap their heads around it. And Silvermoon, who had been watching coldly from the sidelines, could be considered to know the ins and outs of Gu Fei. He wasn't like the others who would shift their attention between this person and that person. He was always staring at Gu Fei. Just now, when Gu Fei and Han family young master talked, under his close attention, he roughly heard the conversation and immediately deduced that there was some conflict between these people. And Gu Fei wasn't willing to be the insta-kill mage, and Han family young master also directly admitted that he didn't know this person. If they couldn't hand over an insta-kill mage at this time, this whole thing would still be a scam. These people would instantly be chased by the bosses of the entire Cloud City. This was simply too awesome. Who would have thought that the opportunity for revenge would come so soon? Silvermoon couldn't help but reveal a smile at the corner of his mouth. Brother Yu heard everything and saw it all, including Silvermoon's evil smile at the end. His heart couldn't help but tighten. Just as Han family young master said, this Silvermoon was a very shrewd person. He knew that the child elite group was his biggest enemy, but on the surface, he didn't show it at all. Now that he seized the opportunity, he immediately jumped out and ruthlessly took a bite. This bite really hit the nail on the head. At this time, if they couldn't hand over an insta-kill mage, these experts would be on the forum headlines tomorrow. Their wisdom would also be destroyed in one day. The dignified online gaming experts had all become liars. At this time, he could only hope that Gu Fei could help everyone. Brother Yu thought, already looking at Gu Fei. Of course, Gu Fei also knew the pros and cons. Although he really didn't want to be used as a cover to make money, Silvermoon's intentions were too obvious. At this time, he couldn't let this kind of villain succeed. After weighing the pros and cons, he decided to kill Silvermoon in one move to prove that he was an insta-kill mage. Other things could be dealt with later. Just as he was thinking about this, Han family young master suddenly spoke again. In such a dangerous situation, he still didn't change his calm demeanor. He said unhurriedly, "Everyone, insta-kill mage. In fact, everyone has already seen him. He's one of the 5 rogues in the parallel world, the number 1 on the mage ranking, Drifting." As he spoke, Han family young master pointed at Drifting, who was sitting at the table and watching the situation coldly. Oh. Brother Yu came to a sudden realization. Only then did he realize that young Master Han's words to Gu Fei, "Then you can go and die." That was not a threat, nor was it said out of anger. Instead, it was the truth. This fellow had already considered drifting as a backup plan. However, was drifting an insta-kill mage? Although he was one of the 5 rogues, he had never seen drifting in action. Currently, the level gap between the players was very small. Whether or not one could insta-kill a mage depended on equipment and spell proficiency. However, drifting's level was 1 level higher than everyone else's, so Brother Yu couldn't identify his equipment. Drifting, who was suddenly nominated, was also very surprised. He looked at Han family young master in a daze. The scene fell into silence again. Han family young master smiled and introduced drifting to everyone. "I'm sure everyone is familiar with the name Drifting, right? He has always been the number 1 on the mage ranking. This time, he has come to our Cloud City. I think many of you probably don't know about him, right? Do you think the money you spent today was not worth it?" "Bullshit, bullshit. He's not an insta-kill mage." Yutian Shinming had always been a person who understood the big picture, but this young boy was more emotional than rational. At this time, Drifting, who he had always regarded as an enemy, was being promoted to such a high position. He was angry and shouted it out without caring about anything else. Han family young master was still not in a hurry. He looked at the direction of Sword of No Oath and said, "Guild Master Sword of No Oath, take your family's wild child back and teach him a lesson. This kid has been looking down on Drifting for a long time. He knew that Drifting came to Cloud City, but he didn't introduce you to him. Don't blame him too much." The relationship between the 2 famous mages in the online gaming world was not harmonious. Experienced players knew a thing or two about it. Seeing that Yutian Shinming was just a young boy, Han family young master's words were easily accepted by everyone. Yutian Shinming was still yelling, "Bullshit, bullshit," but everyone was looking at him with a doting gaze. They had completely regarded him as a naughty child. The atmosphere in the scene returned to harmony. Brother Yu looked at all of this in disbelief. Damn! It was really solved. Chapter 203. The tavern calmed down for the time being. The bosses whispered to each other, trying to sort out their thoughts, and peeked at Drifting. Many of them had tried to add Drifting as a friend, but they received a notification saying, "The friend button is not turned on." The bosses sitting near Drifting had intentionally moved closer to him, ready to strike up a conversation with him. As for the conversation between Gu Fei and Unscathed in battle, and the eye contact he made with Brother Yu and Han family young master, of course, some people also saw it. It was a bit far-fetched to say that Gu Fei didn't know them at all. However, it was a good reason to get to know a sorcerer like Drifting. After they calmed down, they remembered the purpose of this trip. Now, the most important thing was to communicate with Drifting before others did. Other things could be put aside for the time being. Drifting instantly became the center of attention, but he remained calm. Suddenly, he waved his hand at Han family young master and Brother Yu, putting up 5 fingers as if he was greeting them. Brother Yu didn't realize what was going on. He thought that Drifting was waving at them because he was immersed in his role. What a nice guy. Brother Yu was touched and quickly waved at Drifting. However, it seemed that Drifting didn't pay much attention to him. Han family young master, on the other hand, didn't say anything. He waved one hand at his side and put up 3 fingers. Immediately, Drifting put down his 5 fingers. His thumb turned into 4 fingers. So, Han family young master put down his ring finger and put up his index finger and middle finger. This time, Drifting simply retracted 3 fingers. He waved his index finger at them and then retracted his hand. All the players only noticed that Drifting was waving his hand and didn't notice Han family young master's secret response. Only Brother Yu was right next to him and saw it. After they finished playing with their fingers, Brother Yu couldn't help but ask, "What the hell?" Han family young master explained to him, he said 5,000 gold coins, and I offered 3,000. Brother Yu understood. Then, he said 4,000, and you offered 2,000? The Han family young master nodded. Then he took the initiative to reduce it to 1,000. Brother Yu asked incredulously. That finger means we'll talk about it later, said the Han family young master. You know each other? Brother Yu asked. It was hard to imagine that two people who did not know each other could have such a tacit understanding if they used their fingers to communicate. I don't know him. This is purely a matter of IQ. Han family young master said. Brother Yu was depressed. After exchanging a few fingers, Drifting was completely immersed in his role. Before some people could figure out what was going on, he took the initiative to stand up, greet everyone, and said, I've just arrived in Cloud City not long ago. Please take care of me in the future. You're too kind, the bosses hurriedly said. Indeed, they were all famous people in Cloud City, but human Drifting was famous in the entire parallel world. Speaking of which, he was much more influential than them. If an unknown player had become an insta-kill mage, the guild leaders of the various guilds would have their imaginations run wild. Now that they saw a big shot like Drifting, at least half of the guilds present thought that they had no chance at all. The guild leader of the biggest guild in Cloud City, reigning the Four Seas, Unsworn Sword, was so excited that his face was glowing. In his eyes, they were the most competitive. Drifting was a veteran player, so he was familiar with the ways of the game. He easily mingled with the big shots in the hall. Of course, he couldn't take care of everyone, so many people were left out. Everyone was the leader of a guild, so they were all extremely arrogant. Now that they had no sense of existence, they were extremely unhappy. They also wanted to find something to do, but unfortunately, they had their eyes on the troublemaker Gu Fei. Silvermoon, who had jumped out to bite Drifting, was looked down upon by the members of the child elite group, but in the eyes of the guild leaders who had come with him, they were united against a common enemy. After his plot failed, he immediately returned to obscurity and quietly observed the situation in the field. This time, he noticed that the presidents who had been ignored seemed to be so depressed that they wanted to kill someone. He felt that he had found another opportunity, so he hurriedly cleared his throat and brought up the old topic again. I say, Brother Adrift is the strongest sorcerer. Needless to say, strongest my ass. Strongest my ass. Yutian Shinming immediately interrupted. Little brother Yutian was also very powerful in the past. I know. Silvermoon hurriedly complimented Yutian Shinming. Then, he didn't dare to say anything about Drifting anymore. Instead, he directly pointed at Gu Fei. This friend is here to cause trouble. What is his intention? No matter how I look at it, he doesn't seem like he doesn't know you guys. Silvermoon didn't give up. Seeing that many guild leaders couldn't get a chance to interact with Drifting, they would definitely be full of complaints about the 100 gold coins. Of course, since he couldn't say anything, Brother Yu and the others didn't need to take responsibility for this. The guild leaders weren't unreasonable people. However, the sudden appearance of Gu Fei in this meet and greet was really suspicious. At this moment, Silvermoon was fanning the flames. She wanted to find an outlet for these guild leaders who had grievances in their hearts to vent, so that the 100 gold coins they spent would be more worthwhile. Silvermoon's plot worked. There were always some guild leaders who didn't have good morals. After hearing Silvermoon's reminder, they immediately pointed their guns at Brother Yu and the others. They slammed the table and said, "That's right. We must give an explanation. What is going on? When that guy came in, he was talking to you guys. How can you say that you don't know him?" Brother Yu didn't know how to answer. Han family young master had a shameless look on his face. Does talking to him mean that you know him? You're talking to me now. Do you know who I am? The other party didn't know how to react. The smart Silvermoon realized that the guns she found weren't very useful. She had to help. Don't play this word game with us. Do you really think we're all stupid? Han family young master snorted disdainfully. He wouldn't admit it even if he was beaten to death. Silvermoon was happy that Han family young master didn't want to admit his mistake. If they continued like this, words couldn't solve the problem. Of course, they could only fight. This was what Silvermoon wanted to see. So she hurriedly continued to provoke, if we don't explain this clearly, we won't feel comfortable spending the 100 gold coins. The guild leaders who took out 100 gold coins but didn't talk to Drifting all nodded and stared at Han family young master and the others fiercely. Gu Fei, who hadn't said a word, finally opened his mouth. I don't know what you're doing here. Didn't I tell you when I came in? I'm here to do a wanted mission. Really? Then who is the person you want? Silvermoon asked with a sneer. He knew about Gu Fei's background and had been watching calmly from the sidelines. He had long since guessed what had happened from beginning to end. But in the end, he still made a mistake. He tried to intensify the conflict to the point where it couldn't be mediated with words and then fight. He thought that the people on his side were all guild leaders and the child elite group was definitely the weaker group. His main mission was to make the leaders feel that this matter couldn't be explained clearly and they could only fight. He really didn't expect that in this kind of situation, the other party would make the first move. Gu Fei didn't like Silvermoon to begin with, and now that he was incessantly fanning the flames and sowing dissension between them, Gu Fei didn't even want to use words to mediate. He just wanted to take action. Silvermoon asked proudly, who is the person you want? He looked like he had stepped on Gu Fei's tail. Gu Fei answered naturally, you're the one on the wanted list. As he spoke, he stepped on a stool and leaped over a table. He swung his sword at Silvermoon's face. Double flame flash, flash. Gu Fei roared. Even the leaders who were busy talking with Drifting looked up. They saw a black shadow hit Silvermoon's face. This sword strike from Gu Fei was very ruthless. Although Silvermoon wasn't killed instantly and his head wasn't split in half, a straight sword mark was left on his face. Gu Fei looked at it and sighed. The bottom seems to be a bit crooked. My hand isn't steady enough. Sigh, the weight of this sword isn't very good. Silvermoon was very surprised. He pointed at Gu Fei and said, you, a few times, but in the end, he didn't say anything. He wanted to say, how dare you make the first move, but the person had already been killed. What was the point of saying that? This was the principle of a scholar meeting a soldier. Silvermoon was like a scholar, trying to use the art of language to provoke conflict and then do something. In the end, he met a strong soldier like Gu Fei, and directly skipped to the last step of Silvermoon's plan. Relying on his good magic defense, Silvermoon still wasn't killed by Gu Fei. But at this time, there were no messy statuses on his body. Under the double flame flash, his HP had turned red. Fortunately, he had two companions beside him. When Gu Fei jumped over, they reacted half a beat too late. Now, they attacked, one on the left and one on the right, wanting to leave two marks on Gu Fei's face. Wanted mission. If there's nothing to worry about, dodge. Gu Fei dodged the two attacks as he pretended to shout. Of course, the two wouldn't be scared off by Gu Fei and protected Silvermoon behind them. But Silvermoon knew that this was useless, because Gu Fei had another terrible skill. Knowing how powerful Gu Fei was, Silvermoon knew that the three of them wouldn't be his match. He hurriedly retreated in the direction of the door and continued to provoke, what are you doing? You won't let me speak. Do you want to kill me? Silvermoon only hoped that the bosses would quickly be provoked by him, so he wouldn't need to escape. Unfortunately, although his mouth was fast, there were too many words. And Gu Fei only wanted to say 5 words, teleportation, move. By the time Silvermoon finished this sentence, Gu Fei had already passed through the crowd and blocked in front of Silvermoon. Sword light, fire light. This was the 3rd time Silvermoon had been killed by Gu Fei. Mission complete. Gu Fei nodded with satisfaction. The tavern was quiet. Chapter 204. What did it mean to be completely silent? At this moment, Little Thunder Tavern was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Everyone was speechless as they stared at Gu Fei. Double Flame Flash was one of the least used spells for mages. Less usage meant less proficiency. In the hands of many mages, this skill had the least destructive power. Not only mages knew this, but most players also knew this. But now, Gu Fei had killed a knight with the Dual Flame Flash, which was the weakest move in everyone's impression. 2 double flame flashes had killed one person. The players already felt that this was a terrifying amount of magic damage. What they didn't know was that if it weren't for Silvermoon's high magic defense, normal players wouldn't have been able to withstand Gu Fei's double flame flash. The power of Gu Fei's double flame flash was much more terrifying than what they had just seen. But in the eyes of knowledgeable people, these 2 double flame flash were more surprising than Gu Fei's instant movement. Instant movement was nothing more than an ordinary skill. Now that there were people who could use it, they just happened to get a skill scroll. Although it wasn't easy, this skill didn't have terrifying destructive power, so it wasn't a big deal. But these 2 double flame flash proved that Gu Fei really was a mage with terrifying magic damage. Whether or not Gu Fei knew Brother Yu and the others, and whether he was really here for a bounty or to cause trouble, these questions weren't important at the moment. The guild leaders who didn't get a chance to talk to Drifting were already consciously trying to get close to Gu Fei. Drifting was indeed famous, but no one knew how powerful his magic was. Small and medium-sized guilds didn't dare to think too much about a big shot like him. Even if a big guild invited him, it was hard to predict the effect of such a famous person like him. He might even turn the tables on them. In comparison, the smart people were more willing to find a star with potential like Gu Fei and cultivate it themselves. Just as everyone was thinking about this, Gu Fei, who had dealt with Silvermoon, felt that there was nothing more for him to do here. He suddenly turned around and ran out of the tavern. "Hey, brother, wait up!" Several guild leaders had already dashed out of the door. These were the ones who reacted quickly and didn't have any thoughts about Drifting. At the same time, there were also those who were slightly hesitant and thought about it before giving chase. But not long after, all the people who went out to chase him came back dejectedly. "Who the hell is this person?" Everyone was discussing spiritedly. "I think his speed is very fast. I'm afraid his agility has increased quite a bit," someone said. "I've appraised his equipment before. I can't see his clothes and sword. Everything else is quite ordinary. There must be something strange about his clothes and sword." His high magic damage is probably due to these 2 things. As the guild leader, he still had some experience and judgment. "Wait, since he has high magic damage, how do you explain that flaming 3,000 layers flames just now?" Someone raised a new doubt. In the blink of an eye, only a few people in Little Ray's bar were still trying to get close to Drifting. Most people were discussing Gu Fei's problem. Han family young master quickly took the opportunity to send a private message to Brother Yu and the others. "We can go now." Brother Yu completely agreed with this decision. Unscathed in battle, who was just by the door, slipped out smoothly. Yutian Shinming also didn't attract much attention. Before he left, he even spat in Drifting's direction, but no one noticed. However, when Han family young master and Brother Yu tried to slip away one after another, they immediately attracted many people's attention. "Hey, you two, please wait!" someone shouted. Everyone turned to look at him. Han family young master smiled. "We're done here. You guys can talk to Master Drifting." "Wait!" A few guild leaders jumped out and blocked their way. "About that wizard just now, we wanted to ask you two about it." "We don't know him," Han family young master said. "Hey, don't treat us like kids. Do you really think we believe you guys don't know each other?" The content of the discussion about Gu Fei was very detailed. It analyzed all the details of Gu Fei's actions from when he showed up in the bar to when he left. Obviously, Gu Fei's communication with Brother Yu and the others after he entered the bar was very obvious. Previously, everyone was focused on killing the magician, not Gu Fei. Therefore, it didn't matter if Gu Fei knew Brother Yu and the others. Therefore, no one really cared whether Han family young master was telling the truth or not. However, now that Gu Fei's strength was exposed and he was nowhere to be seen, those who paid attention to him naturally wouldn't let this go easily. The situation was getting out of control again. Brother Yu had a helpless smile on his face as he explained to the crowd with difficulty. Meanwhile, the young master of the Han family stood silently by the side, watching coldly. He noticed that while the group of guild leaders were anxiously trying to find out information about Gu Fei, there were two people among them who spoke sarcastically, pointing fingers at the young master of the Han family and the others. These two were Silvermoon's companions who had come with her. Han family young master cursed in his heart. Could it be that Silvermoon purposely lured Gu Fei to attack him and sacrificed herself in exchange for Gu Fei's strength to be exposed? Then, it naturally led to this scene. This scene was obviously what he wanted from the beginning. He didn't think that he would actually make it happen. This guy was really like a ghost that wouldn't go away. Han family young master always thought deeply of Silvermoon. This was true. This time was no exception. At the end of the day, Han family young master didn't fully understand Silvermoon's character. In order to achieve his goal, he wouldn't hesitate to sacrifice himself. Silvermoon was definitely not this kind of person, not even in the game. But other than that, Han family young master's judgment was completely accurate. Silvermoon's contribution to the current chaos couldn't go unnoticed. After reviving at the resurrection point, he was cursing Gu Fei's 18 generations of ancestors. Suddenly, he received a live broadcast of the situation from his two companions in Little Ray's bar. He immediately realized that his death was a lucky hit. Gu Fei's strength was exposed, causing the many bosses to shift their attention to Gu Fei and Brother Yu's group. This was another opportunity that couldn't be missed. This was something that he had sacrificed himself for. Silvermoon gritted his teeth and hurriedly instructed his two companions to spare no effort in sowing discord to the end. Remember, we're not trying to tempt them into revealing the situation with Qianli when he was drunk. Only when one side desperately wants to know and the other side refuses to say anything, can the conflict intensify. What you need to do is to emphasize some of Qianli's unreasonable behavior when he was drunk, as well as some of those guys' lies. The most successful scenario is to make those guild leaders feel that this is a design scam. Silvermoon said. The two listened to Silvermoon's instructions and actively participated in the academic discussion at that time, fanning the flames and laying a lot of foreshadowing. Now that everyone was surrounding the Han family's young master and asking for information about Gu Fei, the two of them were acting just like what the Han family's young master had seen. They suddenly spoke some strange words to ignite the suspicions in everyone's hearts and gradually led the guild leaders to believe them. In the end, the group of guild leaders' request was for Gu Fei to immediately come back and meet with everyone to explain together. The more excessive their request, the better. It's best if it's something that Brother Yu and Han family young master can't do. Only then will the conflict become completely irreconcilable, and my death won't be in vain. This was Silvermoon's suggestion to Cece. Success. At this time, his companion excitedly reported to Silvermoon, they want Brother Yu to immediately call Qianli back when he's drunk and explain it to him face to face. I don't think they can do this. That's right, there seems to be some conflict between them. That Qianli is drunk, I'm afraid that he really came to cause trouble. He seems to have a lot of opinions about Brother Yu's money-making plan. I don't know what they're doing, but it's good that they can do this. Next, we can just watch the show. Silvermoon was proud. Her mood of being killed and dropping a level had improved a lot. What about the mage? Quickly call him back, don't say nonsense like you don't know him, who are you lying to? At this time, the group of guild leaders were pointing at Brother Yu and Han family young master, and they were almost forced into a corner. The statement of, don't know him, could not continue anymore. This was an unmistakable lie, and if they clenched their teeth and insisted on it, they would really be digging their own graves. And the request of calling the mage over was indeed something that Brother Yu and the others could not do, because the private chat with Gu Fei had not been opened yet. Brother Yu was at his wit's end, and he was so anxious that his forehead was full of sweat. And Han family young master, who was beside him, seemed to be too lazy to argue with so many people. Other than saying a few words to those who blocked the way when they were about to leave, he did not say a word after that. His eyes were flickering, and no one knew what he was thinking. Are you guys going to call him or not? Don't think that we don't know that the mage was supposed to be introduced to everyone by you guys. Unfortunately, you saw brother drifting, so you came to make a last-minute effort. What now? You want to hide that guy and find another time to earn some money, right? After all, there were too many loopholes in the temporary plan of Han family young master to drag drifting into trouble. In addition, Silvermoon, who knew more about the inside story, instigated and hinted behind the scenes. Many people present saw through this little trick. The development of the situation was a step forward as Silvermoon had expected. Everyone was going to think that this scene was a scam. If a person was cheated of 100 gold coins, perhaps he would just curse in his heart and be too lazy to make a big fuss about it. But at this time, all the people who were cheated of 100 gold coins gathered together. Everyone was connected, and they encouraged each other. It was very likely that they would form a temporary alliance to fight against the criminals. What should we do? Brother Yu saw that Han family young master did not speak, so he directly sent a private message to him. Don't worry, someone will stand up and say something. Han family young master was really not worried. Who? Brother Yu asked as he looked at the crowd. They are torturing Qianli's information. It is obvious that they want to poach him. Think about it, who are they going against? Han family young master replied to Brother Yu. Oh. Brother Yu suddenly understood. He turned his gaze and looked at a quiet place in the tavern. The girls who were reborn as Amethyst were sitting there quietly. Chapter 205. Players who established guilds mostly aimed to dominate the world, while mercenary groups faced all kinds of quests and quest rewards. These two groups focused on power, while the other focused on profit. From this perspective, the competition between guilds was more like a competition between two countries, while mercenary groups were at most like a competition between two companies. No matter what level of competition, talent was a powerful resource that would never expire at any time. However, in comparison, guilds were more thirsty for such powerful talents. After all, their ultimate goal was different. Their goal was to rule the world for thousands of years, which was quite imposing. Therefore, the majority of the people who came to the Instakill Mage meet and greet were guild leaders. At this time, a bunch of guild leaders were glaring at Han family young master and Brother Yu to call Gu Fei over. It was obvious that they wanted to win over Gu Fei. It was common for guilds to poach each other, but at least they didn't do it in front of the guild leader. This was too arrogant, too unreasonable. Even if they succeeded in poaching him and he switched to a guild, it would mean that everything was exposed. However, from the beginning to the end, everyone would still put in enough effort on the surface. At this moment, a group of guild leaders openly expressed their intention to poach him, but they didn't know that Gu Fei already had a master, and that master was sitting right there. Han family young master kept silent and watched coldly, waiting for the main character to make a move. Just as he had expected, the girls could not restrain themselves from trying to poach him away in front of them. July and Luolua were slightly better and were still discussing what to do with their heads lowered. However, Slender Waist Dance and Fiercely had already flipped the table and jumped up. Hey, don't go too far. That mage is one of our guild members. If you want to poach him, do you think we don't exist? The scene quieted down. The guild leaders weren't Tsubasa Sakaratsuka. They wouldn't become quiet when they saw a few girls. The reason for the silence was as mentioned before, poaching a member in front of the president was against the rules. All of the guild leaders present were fully aware of the unspoken rules of the guild talent battle. When they heard that Lord Gufei was present, they were at a loss as to what to do. Apart from that, everyone felt enlightened. How could a mere reincarnated amethyst defeat two major guilds, Wine Wind Song and Yunmu Guild? As for Singing Wine and Yunmu Guild, it seemed like they were looking for a certain sorcerer after losing to the reborn amethyst. There was a question, and now there was an answer. Their small guild was hiding such a powerful mage who could instantly kill mages. As for Jiu Danggu and the Yunmu Guild, after fighting with them, they found out about the existence of such a powerful figure, so they had been searching for him. It seemed like the reincarnated amethyst was telling the truth when she said that the mage was a member of her guild. The guild leaders were so embarrassed that they didn't know what to say. No one continued to pressure the Han family young master and Brother Yu. Brother Yu let out a long sigh and wiped the sweat off his forehead. Han family young master, on the other hand, was still staring at Silvermoon's two minions. He wanted to see what else they had up their sleeves. The two were reporting to Silvermoon about the change in the situation. Silvermoon, who was walking on the street, was slightly surprised when she heard the news. She only knew that Gu Fei was a member of the child elite group, but she didn't know that he was also a member of the reincarnated amethyst. Since there were people from his guild present, the other guild leaders would be too embarrassed to do such a thing. However, if that was the case, these people would be even more dissatisfied. If they were to intensify the situation, they would probably vent their anger on the child elite group. That's a good thing. Just as Silvermoon was about to write the news, he heard someone shouting, "Over here." As Silvermoon wrote the message, he subconsciously turned around and glanced in that direction. An arrow was right in front of him, piercing Silvermoon's head on the spot. Silvermoon staggered from the arrow. He was shocked by the power and damage of the arrow. He looked up in the direction of the attack and saw Zhang Wushang striding towards him. Behind him, Imperial Divine Cry had already knocked an arrow and drawn his bow again. Silvermoon staggered back. "You're pretty ruthless, kid." Unscathed in battle flipped his hands, and two greatswords appeared in his hands. Silvermoon knew that he was no match for him, so he turned around and tried to escape. Unscathed in battle was prepared for this. He charged towards Silvermoon. Even though warriors usually moved slowly, the speed of a charge skill wasn't slow. Unscathed in battle was a top-tier expert, so Silvermoon's escape was within his expectations. The timing of his charge was perfect. After the charge, the tip of his sword stabbed into Silvermoon's butt. With this boost, Silvermoon flew out with a whoosh. "Ah!" Yutian Shenming screamed for him. He couldn't bear to watch, but his eyes were filled with schadenfreude. By the time the scream stopped, Silvermoon had already flown out. With a smack, he smashed into the wall. "You did it on purpose." Yutian Shenming shouted at Unscathed in battle as he ran over. Silvermoon fell from the wall. His head was a bit dizzy. This wasn't the effect of a charge skill. It was a real dizziness. Just as he shook his head to clear his head, his vision darkened. Unscathed in battle's tall figure blocked the warm sunlight of Cloud City. "What are you guys trying to do?" Silvermoon said. "You brat, playing tricks behind our backs. What do you think we're trying to do?" Unscathed in battle said. "Trample him. Trample him." Yutian Shenming happily shouted. "Okay." Unscathed in battle replied. He reached out his hand and picked up Silvermoon. With a swing of his arm, smack. Silvermoon was once again smashed into the wall. The damage wasn't much, but the mental damage couldn't be described with numbers. But this wasn't the end. Yutian Shenming took the opportunity to shoot an arrow. It hit Silvermoon in the chest. Silvermoon didn't die. He slid down the wall. Yutian Shenming regretfully said, "What a pity. If only he could be nailed to the wall. Ah! How about we tie him up and hang him on the clock tower?" Unscathed in Battle suggested. That's a good idea. Yutian Shinming couldn't stop praising. Then hurry up and go. Unscathed in Battle said as he picked up Silvermoon again. Hurry up and go. Yutian Shinming said as he admired Silvermoon's expression. Silvermoon clenched his teeth and didn't make a sound. He waited for a while without saying anything. Hey, you brat. Are you looking for someone to save you in the clock tower? Ha, actually we're just trying to trick you. Unscathed in Battle said as he swung his arm. Silvermoon hit the wall for the third time. That's right. We don't have that much time to waste with you. Hey, are you dead yet? Yutian Shinming saw that Silvermoon didn't move. He picked up an arrow and poked his leg. A golden light flashed. Silvermoon, who was lying on the ground, suddenly pulled out his sword and slashed. However, he did not have Gu Fei's skills, lying on the ground and suddenly striking out with his sword. His movements were not very agile. Imperial Sky God Ming's reaction was not slow. He hurriedly dodged, but he was still shocked and broke out in cold sweat. That's despicable. Hurry up and kill him. Yutian Shinming took 2 steps back and said to Unscathed in Battle. Unscathed in Battle nodded. Yes, we have to be careful. As he said this, he walked forward and slashed down with both of his swords. Silvermoon raised his sword to block. Unscathed in Battle switched to slashing left and right. He laughed and said, "This is the benefit of a two-handed weapon." Silvermoon was helpless. There was a wall behind him and he couldn't retreat. There were swords on both sides. If he wanted to block, he could only block one side. Helplessly, Unscathed in Battle slashed again. This guy's defense is really high. He's still not dead. Yutian Shinming was shocked. He also knocked an arrow and prepared to help Unscathed in Battle. Under the combined attacks of the two, Silvermoon, who didn't have any combat skills, was completely defenseless. Moreover, under the watchful eyes of these two veterans, even if he had a skill, he might not be able to successfully use it. Chapter 206. Slender Waist Dance insta-killed one with one slash. Then, she didn't stop and quickly returned to her original position. Her advance and retreat were as fast as a ghost. The bosses present had never seen such speed before. They were so shocked that they were about to drool. Moreover, Slender Waist Dance didn't even use any skills. Such attack power was even more shocking. The bosses were all thinking, if Slender Waist Dance had pounced towards them, would they have had the ability to dodge? If they hadn't dodged, would they have been able to take that slash? Thinking about it, their faces turned pale. There was only one thought in their minds, too fast. How could they have dodged it? Slender Waist Dance returned to her original position and angrily said, "Nonsense, don't you know the rules?" After saying that, she wiped her dagger as if she hadn't had enough. Her gaze swept across the bosses, as if she was looking for her next target. The surviving member of the Silvermoon trio didn't even dare to make a sound. How would he dare to try to sow discord between them again? But even if he didn't say anything, someone actually asked him to say it. Han family young master, who had been forced into a corner, had a face full of schadenfreude. He hooked his finger and pointed at him. "Brother, don't you have anything to say?" "No, no." The surviving member hurriedly said. "It can't be. You seem to have a lot to say." Han family young master continued. The surviving member snuck a glance at Slender Waist Dance. He felt that Slender Waist Dance was also staring right at him. He was so scared that he broke out in cold sweat and kept on saying, "I don't have anything to say." This was what it meant to have a guilty conscience. If it was someone else, they wouldn't have been so nervous. His fearful expression added to the shadows in the bosses' hearts. None of them dared to speak loudly. Han family young master held in his laughter. He was about to say something to give the bosses a way out of the situation and stop today's activities, when the door of the tavern suddenly opened and someone walked in. You still haven't left?" The person glanced around and said this. When the young master of the Han family saw who it was, he nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. Gu Fei. He appeared in the tavern at an extremely untimely time. If this went on, would there be an end to this? "What are you doing here?" Han family young master's face darkened. "Wanted mission, this time it really is a wanted mission," Gu Fei said. "Oh." All the bosses let out exclamations of realization, and all of their faces were filled with joy. If Gu Fei hadn't said that, they wouldn't have recognized him. Because Gu Fei came in with his face covered, no one knew what he looked like. This time, he took off his mask, so no one thought it was him. Mages in black robes could be seen all over the streets. Even the priest's attire was black. The latest level 40 dark priest attire was completely black. On the other hand, it was hard to distinguish a mage from a priest if one didn't look closely. Was there a need to go through the trouble of identifying a random person's class? It was only when Gu Fei said the words, "wanted mission," that the bosses immediately understood. When Gu Fei took out the Night Streak sword from his pocket, everyone was even more certain. However, July's table was still staring at them. When Gu Fei suddenly appeared, the bosses' faces turned red and they couldn't think of a way to talk to him. However, Gu Fei took the initiative. He pulled out his sword and slowly walked forward. He was very arrogant before, but this time he seemed to be apologetic. He actually politely said to the bosses in front of him, "Excuse me, I have a mission." The bosses seemed to have woken up from a dream and hurriedly moved to the side. Some of them even had an idea and came up to ask, "Who are you looking for? I can help you." The weight of these words was different. One had to know that everyone here was a boss. If two bosses directly confronted each other, then it would basically lead to a guild war. From this, it could be seen how much attention people paid to people like Gu Fei. In order to win his favor, they were even willing to fight with the other guilds. Once this fight started, the cause was very clear. No matter what, Gu Fei had to help. It went without saying which side he should help. As a result, Gu Fei couldn't help but be pulled onto the same side. No matter what, there would be many opportunities to take advantage of. This sounded very exaggerated and brainless, but in reality, it was a very intricate psychological attack. Unfortunately, this person didn't understand what Gu Fei was interested in. It wasn't easy to get a target to chop. How could Gu Fei be willing to give up so easily? After rejecting the help, Gu Fei pointed his sword at a certain person. "It's you. Everyone else, move aside." Everyone present couldn't wait to please Gu Fei, so how could they possibly go against his wishes? They quickly made way for him. Gu Fei's goal was also to become the guild leader of a certain guild. At this moment, he wasn't in a good mood. The other side had already come to his door. No matter how much he wanted to curry favor, he wouldn't be so spineless as to extend his neck to be chopped off. At this moment, Gu Fei's attitude, as if there was no one else around, made him very unhappy. In the end, he's just a mage. I want to see how strong he is. This person thought to himself. He waved his hand and pulled out his longsword. This person was a warrior. From the perspective of a normal game, with such a distance and space, a mage could only be slaughtered by a warrior. Unfortunately, Gu Fei was an existence that defied common sense. The reason why Yi Xiaowu couldn't forget about Gu Fei was because Gu Fei was basically a contradiction in this game. A mage shouldn't be like this. If Gu Fei had chosen a warrior or a grandmaster of combat as a close combat class and used his kung fu, Yi Xiaowu probably wouldn't have paid this much attention to him. However, his class was a mage, and his kung fu was mainly close combat. As a result, he overturned the game's setting. This was actually the main reason why Yi Xiaowu thought that Gu Fei was the one who destroyed the game's balance. This time, the warrior leader knew that Gu Fei's dual flame flash was extremely powerful. At this moment, seeing him approach step by step, he guessed that Gu Fei was about to use this skill. In this case, he might as well make the first move. No matter how powerful his magic damage was, a mage's defense was still very weak. He would use attack as defense, so that he couldn't use his magic. Wouldn't that be the end of it? This guild leader's judgment was still quite good. When Gu Fei was already 2 meters away from him, he suddenly hooked his head and used charge. Ah! Some of the spectators exclaimed. They were subconsciously worried for Gu Fei. At the same time, they sighed in their hearts that this mage didn't seem to have enough battle experience. He actually walked directly towards the warrior, completely unguarded against the warrior's charge. Sigh. Just when everyone was worried for Gu Fei, he let out a soft sigh. When the warrior hooked his head, Gu Fei already knew what he was going to do. He even foresaw many of the following scenes. And everything that happened after was exactly the same as he predicted. Gu Fei moved sideways slightly, just brushing past the warrior's charge. Then, he chanted and slashed diagonally with his sword, chasing after the warrior's back. This was already the umpteenth time that Gu Fei had fought with the warrior. He didn't know how many times he had experienced this charge. He was very regretful that these players' fighting style was so formulaic. Everyone's tactics seemed to be carved out of the same mold. Of course, this led to Gu Fei's method of dealing with them was always the same. He would move sideways and then use, returning goose descending peak. It was a tried and tested technique. Gu Fei was lonely. Lonely. Lonely to be defeated. How he hoped that there would be a warrior who could dodge his sword. But he found that there wasn't a single one. At this time, the warrior's back was burning with flames as he completed the second half of his charge. It looked very cool. What was even more eye-catching was that the dual flame flash had a burning effect for a period of time. The warrior's charge was over, but the fire on his back hadn't been extinguished. It was as if he was wearing a red tie, but it floated behind him. This was a scene that even Gu Fei didn't see very often. This was because 80% of his opponents disappeared after being hit by the dual flame flash. There were very few who could endure the burning effect. As expected of the guild leader. So strong. Gu Fei praised in his heart. He took 2 steps forward and raised his arm, preparing to strike. Suddenly, a white light flashed and the warrior disappeared. Sword chi! Someone cried out in shock. Sword my ass. It's the burning effect of the dual flame flash. Someone immediately said with disdain. Gu Fei sheathed his sword. He didn't think that his opponent would be able to withstand the direct attack of the dual flame flash. In the end, he would fall to its additional effect. Mission complete. Gu Fei announced. He sheathed the dark streak sword and was about to activate the wind-chasing emblem's teleportation effect when he saw the Han family young master give him a meaningful glance. If you have something to say, then say it. I'm not the sword demon. I don't understand. Gu Fei said. Why the fuck did you open the message? The Han family young master wasn't in a good mood. Oh, I forgot. Gu Fei hurriedly opened the message and immediately received a message from the Han family young master, take care of that person. Gu Fei raised his head and saw the Han family young master pointing at a certain person. Why? Gu Fei replied. To maintain peace. The Han family young master replied. Gu Fei looked towards the person who was suspected of breaking the peace. When that person's gaze met Gu Fei's, he immediately looked away. He was flustered and seemed to have a guilty conscience. At the same time, Gu Fei recognized that this person was one of the people who came with Silvermoon. He could guess what was going on. However, if he didn't say anything and just attacked in front of so many people, it wouldn't be good. No matter what, he had to find an excuse, right? Gu Fei suddenly teleported and appeared in front of that person. That person was shocked and subconsciously took 2 steps back. However, when his foot landed on the ground, he stepped on something. When that person lowered his head to look, Gu Fei had already said coldly, "Big brother, you stepped on my foot." Gu Fei's leg had almost crossed a meter and had unknowingly stepped on the other person's foot. Rather than saying that he had stepped on Gu Fei, it was more like Gu Fei had stepped on him. Just as Gu Fei was about to open his mouth to explain, he realized that he couldn't be bothered to waste his breath on this kind of person. After his foot was stepped on by the other party, he immediately drew his sword and killed him on the spot. Chapter 207. Being stepped on was enough to kill a person. Such a far-fetched and overbearing reason was not convincing at all. Those with a discerning eye could naturally tell that Gu Fei was just trying to find an excuse to kill the opponent. Moreover, Gu Fei's attack was fiercer than before, mainly because the probability of triggering an attack this time was higher, and this target was weaker than the previous ones. A single dual flame flash was enough to turn the target into ashes. That's terrifying. The group of bosses looked at each other. At the same time, they were very confused as to why Gu Fei was looking for an excuse to kill this person. Could it be that this person wanted to kill all of them? Everyone was confused. They kept their distance from Gu Fei and put their hands in their pockets, ready to fight at any time. In the end, Gu Fei put away his sword after killing the person. He waved at the Han family young master, then greeted the girls who had been reborn as Amethyst, nodded at Drifting, and finally smiled at the group of people in front of him. His etiquette was truly meticulous. Hey, wait a minute. Slender Waist Dancer could tell that Gu Fei wanted to leave. She was about to block the door when Gu Fei disappeared with a flash of white light. Ah! He flew away. The group of bosses subconsciously looked up at the ceiling. They were confused and a little disappointed. Their faces were blank. The Han family young master gave everyone a way out. He spread his hands and said, "Everyone, that kid is called Qianli Drunk. If you want to make friends with him, you'll have to work hard." At this time, the bosses were already very satisfied with such an ending. Slender Waist Dance was still glaring at them from behind, so it was not good for them to ask any more questions. They left in embarrassment. On the other side, the few leaders who had been chatting with Drifting suggested to find a quiet place to sit down. This group of people's trip today was truly worthwhile. Not only did they manage to form a relationship with the #1 sorcerer, Drifting, they also witnessed Gu Fei's strength. As for the name of 1,000 Miles Drunk, they had all heard of it. All the bosses had come to the tavern for the meet and greet. Now that it was over, they had all left, leaving only the curious drinkers who stayed to see what was going on. The Amethyst girls were now looking at the Han family young master and brother Yu in an unfriendly manner. The two of them followed the crowd and came out from the corner. They casually found a table and sat down, letting out a long sigh. "Hey!" Thin Waist Dance walked over in dissatisfaction. "Why did you tell them your name?" "Hee hee, I'm afraid that they will poach Qianli away." Han family young master looked at her and smiled. "Of course. Qianli is a member of our guild." Slender Waist Dance said righteously. "Don't worry. I only know the name. How can I dig it out?" Han family young master said. "Why not? This is an online game, boss. The name is like a phone. Won't he be harassed to death?" Slender Waist Dance said. Everyone in the parallel world knows Slender Waist Dance's name. "Have you ever been harassed before?" Han family young master said. "Oh." Slender Waist Dance came to her senses and mumbled, "Does Qianli not turn on the friend switch?" This murmur caused the confident smile on the Han clan's young master's face to freeze. Although Gu Fei was strong, he wasn't as famous as those on the leaderboards. He could be said to be a nobody, so there was no need for him to turn off the friend switch. And for experts like the Han family's young master, it was already a habit for them to turn off their friends. Out of habit, he had placed Gu Fei in his shoes. When he thought of this, he immediately sent a message to Gu Fei, is your friend switch on or off? It's off. Gu Fei replied. Why are you all asking this? Slender Waist Dance also asked. Han family young master let out a sigh of relief and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Although there were no PvP battles in today's show, it was still full of danger and suspense. This is exhausting for a brain worker like me, the Han family's young master muttered to himself. He called for Xiaolei to bring 2 bottles of wine. I wonder how the manual workers are doing. Han family young master thought and sent a message to Sword Demon and Yutian Shinming. Of course, he was the one who sent the plan to kill Silvermoon to these people early in the morning. I'm looking for an opportunity. After receiving Han family young master's message, Sword Demon silently took out Frostbite's memories. Following Silvermoon all the way from the resurrection point, Sword Demon had been waiting for a more suitable opportunity to attack. He didn't have abnormal attack power like Gu Fei and Slender Waist Dance, and he was even slightly inferior to thieves with gorgeous equipment. The additional attributes of Frostbite's memories were absolutely first class, but it was a low-end equipment after all, and its attack power was somewhat lower than the current mainstream level 40 daggers. Fortunately, after the official launch of the game, Sword Demon made a small fortune and then bought a lot of equipment that could increase attack power. After all, he couldn't bear to give up such an outstanding additional attribute like Frostbite's memories. With this set of equipment, the Sword Ghost's attack power was not outdated, but it could not be said to be top-notch. If he wanted to deal with Silvermoon, he couldn't be like Gu Fei, who could kill her in a split second. So he didn't attack as soon as Silvermoon came out of the resurrection point. He was worried that if he couldn't deal with Silvermoon quickly, Silvermoon would hide back in the safe zone. After all, Silvermoon was also a character who grew up in countless battles. The moment he resurrected at the resurrection point, he was already on guard for ambushes outside. From the moment he walked out of the resurrection point, he maintained the posture of rushing to the resurrection point. So, Sword Demon chose to tail. He followed Silvermoon all the way to wait for Silvermoon to relax her vigilance, and he wanted to wait until he was farther away from the resurrection point before attacking, so that Silvermoon had no chance to escape back to the safe zone. Sword Demon's judgment was very calm. He didn't underestimate Silvermoon at all, even though he knew that Silvermoon had died twice and lost 2 levels. At the same time, he was also very confident that he didn't bother to think about what to do if he wasn't Silvermoon's opponent. And Silvermoon was really worthy of being the master who was once chased in Moonlit Night City. Her anti-tracking awareness was very strong, and she was still careful after leaving the safe zone. After walking not far, she suddenly turned around and shouted, "Come out. I've already found you." Sword Demon was shocked. He didn't expect that in addition to Gu Fei, even Silvermoon had this ability. He helplessly prepared to go into battle. The thief's first choice was naturally to go around the opponent's back to launch an attack. Who knew that such a small movement would allow Sword Demon to see through Silvermoon's trick? Sword Demon had already made a move, but Silvermoon's eyes were still staring at the same place, not moving with Sword Demon's movements at all. If it were another thief, perhaps there wouldn't be such a fast reaction. But Sword Demon was different. Being detected in stealth was an unforgettable memory that Gu Fei had given him, and he was extremely sensitive to it. Silvermoon's abnormal behavior made Sword Demon immediately realize that this guy was just testing him. Sword Demon stopped moving and watched quietly. Seeing that Silvermoon continued to play around, he glared fiercely at the air for a few seconds, then turned around and continued on his way. Sword Demon followed. As a result, Silvermoon became addicted to this test. After that, he shouted twice, supplemented with a sneer and a confident expression. Sword Demon yawned behind him while watching his performance, calculating how far they were from the resurrection point. Every time he calculated, he would sigh deeply. The distance was still a little close, which meant that Sword Demon might continue to watch Silvermoon's show. He was already about to vomit. Fortunately, after a total of 3 times, Silvermoon seemed to think that it was safe behind him. He began to pay attention to whether someone would suddenly appear around him to attack him. For this reason, he specifically found a secluded path, which made Sword Demon admire him again. This guy came from another main city, but he didn't expect him to be so familiar with Cloud City. Like this, he walked on an empty street. No matter which direction someone came out from, Silvermoon could quickly see them. Just when he felt that there was nothing to worry about, he suddenly felt a stabbing pain in his waist. His health had dropped by a chunk. Sword Demon finally made his move. Silvermoon was shocked. He didn't think that he would be targeted by a thief even though he was so cautious. He held the king's sword in his hand all the way. Now that he was attacked, he turned around and was about to slash. However, the opponent behind him was faster. Before he could slash, his waist had already been stabbed a second time. Silvermoon roared, venting the depression in his heart. He used all his strength in this slash. He wanted to directly cut the guy behind him into two pieces. Who would have thought that this slash would end up in the air? When Silvermoon turned around with this slash, he found that there was still no one behind him. "Who is it?" Silvermoon exclaimed, almost unable to believe the reality in front of him. The thief's stealth state should be automatically cancelled the moment he launched an attack, but now he still couldn't see anyone. Was this the legendary vanish skill? Why were the players so advanced now? Teleportation, vanish. They had mastered all the skills that shouldn't be there. Just as he was surprised, he was stabbed again in his waist. This time, Silvermoon was even more frightened. He suddenly found that the opponent didn't disappear, but with extremely fast footsteps, he once again turned behind him. With such skills, he must be a top expert, right? Silvermoon suddenly turned around. This time, he finally saw the opponent's figure. That's right, the opponent was extremely fast, once again turning behind him. Silvermoon's panicked performance really surprised Sword Demon. He treated Silvermoon as an expert, but after this exchange, he discovered that Silvermoon's PK level was really not that good. After a moment of thought, he also understood the reason. After all, Silvermoon was a knight. Because of his profession, he didn't have many opportunities to directly fight. Perhaps his previous experience in the game gave him a lot of knowledge and experience, but in terms of actual combat, holographic simulations cause every player to have to adapt and reaccumulate. Gu Fei's strength lay in the fact that he had 20 years of immersion in this area. As for Sword Demon, his enthusiasm for studying online games was in no way inferior to Gu Fei's passion for Kung Fu. With his fighting style, he had completely grasped the characteristics of the thief's profession and skills. He was worthy of being the #1 player in the online gaming world. Silvermoon had a belly full of schemes, but in terms of actual combat, he really couldn't compare with Sword Demon. In a few moves, Silvermoon was defeated before he could even see Sword Demon's face. He wailed back to the resurrection point. Sword Demon yawned, put away his dagger, and silently left. In his eyes, this was not a commendable achievement. The opponent was too weak. Butterfly Knot, is this the end of Silvermoon's tragic experience? TSK, there's a place in the last few chapters where I always thought someone would jump out and shout that it's a bug, but it seems that no one noticed. Chapter 208. At Little Ray's bar, most of the people had already left. The reborn Amethyst also called out and left. Han family young master and brother Yu quickly entered the private room. Not long after, Unscathed in Battle and Yutian Shinming also arrived. Seeing that the tavern was so quiet, they knew that the matter was over. They walked towards the private room and met up with the two. Brother Yu was counting the money in the private room. Unscathed in Battle and Yutian Shinming originally wanted to ask about Silvermoon's current situation, but when they saw the colorful gold coins, they immediately threw Silvermoon to the back of their feet and asked in unison, "How much money?" Brother Yu had just finished counting the last money bag. He raised his head and looked at the two. After calming down, he slowly announced, 18,400 gold coins. Ah! Unscathed in battle and Yutian Shinming were so happy that they almost fainted. It's more than 3,000 more than expected. Some of them didn't come because they had appointments, but it seems like most of them came uninvited. Brother Yu held the 2 money bags in his hands and weighed them in his hands. In front of the 4 of them, there was no longer a small mountain of gold coins, but a small mountain of money bags, 18,400 gold coins, 4,580 gold coins per person. Ah 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 ah. Yutian Shinming was so excited that he danced with his hands and feet. Normal players with a few hundred gold coins in their pockets could walk with their backs straight. If they had a few thousand gold coins in the tavern, they could drink 2 glasses at a time and pour 1 glass after another. We can't split this much, we have to give some to drifting. Brother Yu said. Of course, of course. I'll give it to him. Yutian Shinming said. No one paid attention to him. How much to give drifting? Brother Yu asked Han family young master. At least 4,000 gold coins, right? Someone replied. The 4 of them looked at the door of the private room. Drifting was already standing there, staring at Qian Shan on the table. However, his attitude was much calmer than that of Yutian Shinming and unscathed in battle. Who are you? Get out! Get out! Yutian Shinming chased him away. Drifting touched Yutian Shinming's head and pulled him aside. I want to duel with you. Yutian Shinming was furious. Behind Drifting, 2 more heads squeezed in. It was left hand writing love and right hand writing handsome. 1-on-1, it's 1-on-1. No one is allowed to break the rules. Yutian Shinming hurriedly said. Still, no one paid any attention to him. Right love left hand and right handsome right hand retracted their heads and left. Drifting, on the other hand, entered the private room, found a seat, and said, I'm the one who worked the hardest today. It's only right that I take 4,000 gold coins. That was true. Drifting had turned into a social butterfly and accompanied all the bosses who had come up to ask all kinds of questions. As for the Han family young master and brother Yu, they were just a little emotional. They had been in difficult situations several times and then escaped. In fact, they didn't do any tiring work. It was indeed not as tiring as drifting. 3,000 gold coins. Didn't we agree on it before? Han family young master bargained with Drifting. When did we agree on it? Drifting asked back. You offered 3,000 gold coins. I agreed. Han family young master gestured with his fingers. Didn't you counteroffer 2,000 gold coins and I said we'll talk about it later? Drifting said. Han family young master shook his head and put up 2 fingers. You misunderstood. I didn't mean 2,000 gold coins. I meant, oh, yeah, deal. Drifting was stunned. It's a deal. Don't be so long-winded. Take the money and disappear. Yutian Shinming quickly picked up 3 bags of 1,000 gold coins from the table and threw them to Drifting. Forget it. 3,000 gold coins it is. Drifting waved his hand to show his generosity. He took the 3 bags and stood up. Then I'll go first. Then he said goodbye and left. Yutian Shinming leaned against the door, poked his head out and watched Drifting walk out of the pub. He turned around and laughed. What are you laughing at? The other 3 were curious. That idiot. Imperial Sky Divine Ming said excitedly, one of the 3 money bags I gave him was just a small change, it only had 400 gold coins. The other 3 looked at each other. It's time for us to divide the money. Yutian Shinming calculated. There are 16 left, 4 for each of us. Unscathed in battle wanted to say something, but Han family young master hurriedly waved his hand and interrupted him. Let's divide it evenly. Let's divide it quickly. Don't keep talking. Unscathed in battle originally wanted to mention the subsidy that they had agreed to give him at the beginning. Hearing Han family young master's words, he thought for a while and finally didn't mention it. This activity was full of twists and turns. If they really wanted to divide it according to their contributions, it would be hard to calculate. So, they just divided it evenly, which was clean and happy. The four each took 4 bags of money. Suddenly, the curtain of the private room rolled. The four looked back. Brother Yu was the first to speak. "Hey, Sword Demon." Sword Demon nodded, entered the room, and sat down. The four were still holding money bags in their hands. Somehow, after seeing Sword Demon, they suddenly felt guilty. Unscathed in battle pushed a bag in front of him to Sword Demon. "Want some?" Sword Demon smiled and shook his head. Silvermoon solved it. Yutian Shinming finally returned to his original intention of coming with unscathed in battle when he changed the topic. Sword Demon nodded. "Don't you need to inform Qianli?" Yutian Shinming looked at Han family young master with a somewhat gloating expression. Gu Fei's target, Non-Smiler, was a good example, and Imperial Sky Divine Ming was very happy to see Silvermoon follow in the footsteps of Non-Smiler. "No need," Han family young master said lightly. "You only killed 3 times, and it's over." "That's not your style," Yutian Shinming said. Although Han family young master was a priest, he didn't have the slightest bit of compassion for the state of the universe. He was so cold that he could even sacrifice his own people, and was even colder to his enemies. "No need means that we don't need to do it anymore," Han family young master said. "Then who will do it?" Yutian Shinming asked curiously. Han family young master smiled slightly. "Who else can it be? Just now, when we left, Yun Zhongmu hurriedly left with his brothers without even saying goodbye." "Oh." The few of them suddenly realized, and forgot about this. "That's a deep grudge." Yutian Shinming clicked his tongue in wonder. It's been so long, but Yun Zhongmu still has such fighting spirit when he sees Silvermoon. They didn't recognize each other in the tavern at the beginning? Brother Yu was puzzled. Yun Zhongmu and the others arrived first, so they sat near the front. Silvermoon and the others came last, so they sat at the back. If it wasn't for Silvermoon talking too much, he wouldn't have been discovered by Yun Zhongmu. Now, Yun Zhongmu already has his eyes on him, and he still doesn't know. Han family young master said. He brought this upon himself. Everyone sighed again and again. So let's wait and hear the news. Han family young master was calm and collected, and made a comfortable posture. Little Ray, bring the wine, the most expensive. Open 2 bottles. The few of them hurriedly got up and fled. If the wine was served, and Han family young master was unreasonable and wanted to split the cost with everyone, then they would suffer a great loss. Apart from Han family young master, no one was willing to invest money in this. Brother Yu and the other 2 fled the tavern one after another, leaving only Sword Demon and Han family young master in the private room. Want a drink? Han family young master asked Sword Demon. Sword Demon shook his head. Want a bag? Han family young master picked up the money bag and asked Sword Demon. Sword Demon still shook his head. Han family young master had no choice but to pick up his own cup and toast to himself. The meet and greet has come to a successful end. Cheers. Then he raised his head and downed the cup. Successful? Sword Demon asked. Han family young master chuckled. I received the money, and all the presidents are satisfied. Qianli doesn't have any grudges in his heart. Can it be more successful than this? Oh. Sword Demon wasn't present during the meet and greet, so he didn't know what happened. Han family young master gave a simple explanation. Sword Demon listened without saying a word. In the end, he asked, so, Qianli came prepared. Who told him? The Han clan's young master shrugged. You should ask him. Brother Yu posted the announcement on the forum. Maybe Qianli saw it too. Sword Demon said. That guy is also on the forum. Han family young master snorted. You can't say for sure. Sword Demon said. What a coincidence. Han family young master said indifferently. It was indeed a coincidence. Gu Fei had been on the forum recently. But it wasn't a coincidence. Every time Gu Fei leveled up 5 times, he would go on the forum to search for information. Then he would choose the next leveling area that was most suitable for him to fight monsters. It just so happened that he reached level 40 that day. After logging off the game, he went to the forum to do some research. Originally, Gu Fei wouldn't pay attention to Brother Yu's posts. But the topic of killing mages was too attractive. Brother Yu's post was pushed to the top. Plus, Brother Yu's name was familiar. Gu Fei was curious and casually went to take a look. He immediately discovered that this guy was using him to sell his business. Gu Fei was helpless. He didn't want to be used as a product, but he also didn't want to have a bad relationship with his friends. In the end, Gu Fei could only entertain himself with the spirit of entertainment. Gu Fei masked his face and cast a weak spell. He wanted to see the scene of the few people being questioned by everyone and being badly battered. Who would have thought that Drifting's unexpected appearance gave Han family young master a chance to divert his attention? Then, Silvermoon's wretched behavior finally provoked Gu Fei to show his skills. But no matter what, this meet and greet finally came to an end. And the ending was a good explanation for Gu Fei, Brother Yu and the others, for the temporary cameo Drifting, and for all the guild leaders and team leaders present. The only one who was miserable was Silvermoon, and his misery continued. Walking on the street to meet up with his brother, he was unfortunately blocked by Cloud Twilight and the others. "Boss Silvermoon, long time no see," Cloud Twilight said cheerfully. For him, this trip was not in vain. Butterfly Knot, the problem that no one noticed in the previous chapter is actually Silvermoon and Cloud Twilight living under the same roof. This is so that Silvermoon's misery can continue endlessly. I thought that when we saw the character's appearance, people would question why the two of them stopped fighting. I didn't expect there to be no one. How gratifying. Chapter 209. When Silvermoon saw Cloud Twilight, he was startled and said, "I didn't expect to see you here." Cloud Twilight laughed coldly, "There are too many things you can't imagine." There were 3 people in Cloud Twilight's group, and Silvermoon was alone. Moreover, he was a knight who had just lost 3 levels. If they fought, he definitely wouldn't be a match. However, he didn't panic at all and said calmly, "You came at a bad time today." Cloud Twilight laughed, "Of course, for you, it's never a bad time." Silvermoon sighed and shook his head, "You misunderstood." "I misunderstood." Cloud Twilight pretended to be surprised, "Does Silvermoon's elders welcome me?" Silvermoon smiled. "From this point of view, I welcome your appearance at this time." Cloud Twilight was stunned. He didn't know what Silvermoon meant by this. Suddenly, Silvermoon blew a whistle with her 2 fingers. In an instant, the inconspicuous players who had set up stalls, the passers-by, and the chatterboxes all focused their attention on Cloud Twilight's group. Players who came from Moonlit Night City, especially people like Cloud Twilight, had seen all kinds of situations. He immediately realized that he had fallen into a trap. Could it be that Silvermoon had already known that he was in the tavern, but pretended not to see him and set up this trap, waiting for him to come to him? Cloud Twilight was filled with regret. He had interacted with Silvermoon many times, so he knew her very well. It was just that he had defeated the former Dust Guild and was still arrogant to this day. His days were too comfortable. In his eyes, Silvermoon was no longer a strong competitor, but a stray dog who abandoned his wife and brothers after realizing that the situation was not right. However, he forgot that a stray dog was still a dog. A dog can't stop itself from eating shit. This Silvermoon was clearly as sinister as ever. At this moment, the expression on Silvermoon's face had changed. The pain from losing 3 levels seemed to have lessened a bit, and the change in Cloud Twilight's expression became a good medicine for his psychological wounds. After admiring it for half a minute, Silvermoon laughed heartily, "Now you know what I meant when I said it wasn't a good time, right? I was thinking for you." Help my ass! Yun Jongmu roared, bringing his 3 brothers with him as he charged towards Silvermoon. How could Silvermoon not understand Cloud Twilight? He had long since guessed that he would do something like this under these circumstances. As he retreated, he swung his long sword and activated King's Command. At the same time, the surrounding brothers pounced towards the 3 of them. Silvermoon didn't have many brothers, and most of them were clumsy soldiers. Yun Jongmu's group of 3 had abundant combat experience. If they sacrificed 1 or 2 of them to stall for time, they might still be able to escape. However, this kind of behavior was clearly not in line with their personalities. All 3 of them had the mentality of dying together. They rushed forward with the intention of risking their lives. Yun Jongmu was worthy of being called a ruthless person. He forcefully broke through the encirclement and threw himself at Silvermoon to stab him. Silvermoon's defense wasn't low, so she didn't die from the blow. However, she still broke out in a cold sweat. Following that, his brothers charged forward and turned Cloud Morning into a streak of white light. It took a long time for Silvermoon to recover. This bastard, he's gotten a lot stronger. Their equipment is pretty awesome. Pay! Silvermoon spat on the ground. The one who should come doesn't come, but the one who shouldn't come is quite pleased with himself. Silvermoon had been unlucky all night. This time, it could be considered good luck. After being ambushed by Yutian Shinming and unscathed in battle, and then being ambushed by a thief, Silvermoon immediately determined that the other side was preparing to kill him. As a result, he beat them at their own game and set up a trap, using himself as bait to lure out the other side to retaliate. In the end, the one who should have come didn't come. Instead, a Cloud Morning appeared. Fuck. This guy didn't really come to Cloud City for me, did he? Silvermoon muttered to himself. It had already been a month. Hatred in the game usually came easily and left quickly. Normally, the 2 shouldn't have fought for so long. However, Silvermoon's group was an exception. First of all, they had fought and killed for a long time in Moonlit Night City, so their grudges were quite deep. Second, when they were being hunted down, Silvermoon had long since escaped without a trace. Yun Jongmu and the others had killed to their heart's content, but the more they killed, the more they felt it was a pity that they hadn't been able to kill Silvermoon. They really missed him. Third, as mentioned before, Silvermoon was nothing in Yun Jongmu's eyes. He felt that killing him was as easy as going out to buy some soy sauce. In the end, he was sent back to Moonlit Night City. The 3 of them didn't log in at the revival point in Cloud City. After dying, they naturally returned to the revival point in Moonlit Night City. Silvermoon didn't know that the 3 of them had already returned to Moonlit Night City. He really didn't notice Cloud Morning in Little Ray's bar. At that time, he was completely focused on Brother Yu and the Han family young master. Where would he have the time to pay attention to anyone else? Right now, he was worried that Cloud Morning would bring a large group of people to kill him. Silvermoon had been in Cloud City for some time, and the development of his mercenary group could only be said to be average. As a latecomer, he had to compete with the veteran mercenary groups in the city during the open beta period for talents. He was naturally at a disadvantage. No matter how capable Silvermoon was, he couldn't do much in a short period of time. If Cloud Morning really came with a few hundred people, he would definitely be trampled to death by a strong dragon. Thinking of this, Silvermoon didn't dare to play bait on the streets anymore. In a moment, Yun Jongmu would lead 500 men over, and his trifling 30 or 40 brothers would really become fish bait. Silvermoon let everyone disperse on their own. After asking around for more information, he went to the revival point and went offline anxiously. This was supposed to be a trap targeted at the young master elite group. It was a highly operable trap, but it was dispelled by a bunch of lucky hits. Child elite group's luck could be said to be extremely good today. Back to Gu Fei's side. After completing the quest in the tavern and killing the remaining members of Silvermoon's group, he flew back to the wanted quest office. Then, He accepted a few more quests. While he was PK for fun, he also cleared his PK points. Usually, this time would be the time for a guild war. That PK would be so satisfying. Gu Fei thought. His regret towards Amethyst's elimination was probably even greater than most of the girls in Amethyst. And right now, the wanted quests couldn't satisfy Gu Fei's needs anymore. The higher the level of the players, the harder it was to level up, and the more they cherished their levels. Thus, the relationship between them became more and more harmonious. Recently, when Gu Fei had nothing to do, he did PK quests. Most of the targets were new players below level 30. They were so weak that Gu Fei couldn't find any entertainment at all. Just now, he actually caught a big boss level character in the tavern. Apart from that morning's against the current quest, Gu Fei hadn't received such a high reward in a long time. That's right, the reward. In the eyes of others, the reward of a quest was only known after the quest was completed. But for Gu Fei, the reward was based on the target he received. If the level was high, then the reward would be generous. It was rare for Gu Fei to have an opinion about the game. How he wished that the wanted quests wouldn't have a stupid number and PK points. Instead, they would show the target's level. Even so, Gu Fei still hoped that he could hit the jackpot. Once again, he flew back to the office and rushed out the door. To his surprise, he saw Drifting waiting outside the door. Farming. So diligent. Drifting said. When he first came to Cloud City, he used to think that farming wanted quests was the fashion here. Later, he found out that it was Gu Fei's unique hobby. What's the matter? Drifting waited for Gu Fei. Gu Fei asked directly. Drifting nodded. What is it? How did you cast that spell in the tavern? I'm sure that Brother Qianli, your spell damage shouldn't be that low. Also, you shouldn't have summoned a spell when you were chanting and swinging your sword like that. Drifting's tireless learning spirit was as strong as sword demons. Other questions could be ignored, but Gu Fei's was an academic question related to spells. Drifting had been talking and laughing with the guild leaders, but he spent half of his time thinking about this question. If he didn't get a definite answer from Gu Fei, he wouldn't be able to sleep for a while. What do you think? Gu Fei said with a smile. Brother Qianli asked a friend for help. You chanted, and he secretly cast the spell. Drifting thought about it and found this explanation to be slightly more reasonable. Gu Fei smiled and shook his head. Then? I didn't expect that a master wizard like you couldn't see through it. It was quite effective. Gu Fei said and rolled up his sleeves. Watch me. Gu Fei moved his fingers as if he was going to perform something special. Under Drifting's gaze, he suddenly pulled out the dark stream light sword with his right hand and swung it in the air. He shouted, Dual Flame Flash, Flash. Dual Flame Flash is an instant skill. This. Drifting thought that Gu Fei was fooling him, so he said unhappily. He stopped halfway through his sentence. Gu Fei chanted, but the sword didn't emit flames. Gu Fei's left hand swung like a knife, and the flames of Dual Flame Flash drew an arc in the air. Did you see it clearly? Gu Fei asked with a smile. Drifting had a look of realization on his face. His main hand is set to his left hand to cast spells. So, when he wields the sword with his right hand, it doesn't affect his spellcasting. Besides, his weapon doesn't do any damage. So, it becomes 1,000 layers of flames with low damage. As expected of a master, Gu Fei praised. If I were a master, I would have thought of it long ago. Drifting hit his head. Thank you, Brother Qianli. I won't be unable to sleep today. Continue your quest. I'm leaving, Drifting said. The two of them said their goodbyes and went their separate ways. Gu Fei rushed towards his quest objective. Chapter 210. Frequent bounty quests had trained Gu Fei's ability to identify directions based on coordinates. Especially in Cloud Peak, with the Windchaser coat of arms changing coordinates every minute, Gu Fei could even determine which street the other person was strolling on. After observing the coordinates a few more times, Gu Fei could even determine where the other person was going. Not good. After the coordinates changed a few times, Gu Fei shouted in his heart and hurriedly sped up. The direction the person was moving towards was the archer's shooting range. Generally speaking, there were only two things to do at the resurrection point: learn skills or go offline. The latter was obviously more frequent than the former. Moreover, going offline was the most fatal blow to Gu Fei's bounty quest. There was quite a distance between this place and the archer's shooting range. Gu Fei sprinted and teleported, secretly praying that the other person wasn't going offline. Unfortunately, luck didn't always favor the same person. Gu Fei hoped that the other person wasn't going offline, but this person just had to be. Seeing that he wasn't far from the archer's shooting range, the Windchaser coat of arms suddenly stopped working. Gu Fei opened the quest window to take a look. The target's number had already turned gray, and the status showed that he was offline. Sigh. Gu Fei let out a long sigh. Logging off alone wasn't scary. What was depressing was that Gu Fei wouldn't be able to accept other quests in the future. He could only accept one bounty quest at a time. This was also an area that Gu Fei felt was in urgent need of improvement. In addition, Gu Fei reckoned that he wouldn't be able to complete this quest. It wasn't like he had never experienced this before. He received the quest at night just as the other person went offline. As a result, when he logged back on the next night, the other person's PK value had already been wiped out during the day, and the quest was forcibly failed. That was how Gu Fei's continuous bounty quest record was interrupted. When he completed the 100th quest in a row, he was rewarded with the Windchaser boots. Based on this, it was possible to obtain a good reward for consecutive rounds of 200, 300, and 500. Unfortunately, Gu Fei's quest was interrupted on the 176th consecutive quest. And now, Gu Fei was on the 24th consecutive quest. He didn't expect to encounter this situation again. Completing quests consecutively was indeed more difficult. Gu Fei sighed, but the total number of missions completed would not change because of this situation. This was Gu Fei's 199th mission. He was only 2 missions away from his 200th. After completing the mission 100 times, he would receive the wind-chasing emblem. After completing the mission 200 times, perhaps there would be some sort of reward. However, it was a pity for the continuous record. Once it was interrupted, he would have to start all over again. It was really troublesome. Gu Fei paced back and forth in the archer's shooting range, feeling rather disappointed. He imagined that perhaps the other party had just logged off to use the toilet and would be back soon. In the end, people came and went, but Gu Fei's quest window never lit up. Gu Fei was very disappointed. He wasn't in the mood to continue leveling, so he logged off. The next day, Gu Fei went online as early as he could. He was still holding on to the hope of completing the quest. Unfortunately, when he came up to take a look, the mission had already been labeled as a failure. Gu Fei was also helpless. However, he was only 2 more quests away from his 200th completion. Gu Fei wanted to see what kind of reward he would receive after completing the quest 200 times. He quickly accepted the quest and started killing people. After completing the second quest, Gu Fei returned to the wanted quest distribution center to submit the quest. As expected, the system let out a crisp notification. However, it was not a quest reward. Instead, it told Gu Fei that the wind-chasing emblem had been upgraded. Gu Fei quickly took out the wind-chasing emblem to take a look. The wind-chasing emblem originally had 2 functions. One was to refresh coordinates at a high frequency every minute, and the other was to teleport after a mission was completed. At this time, under these 2 functions, there was a third function, complete target identification. This function could completely ignore the levels and appraisal skills of both parties during a wanted quest and obtain a 100% appraisal result. This function might be more useful for normal players. With a 100% appraisal skill, one could clearly measure the opponent's basic strength, whether they were a match for him or not. In other words, one could even give clear instructions on how to fight. For Gu Fei, this function was also a little helpful. Although he rarely thought about appraising his opponents during PvP, it was mainly because his appraisal skills were too poor. Once he used the skill, his eyes would still be filled with question marks. This kind of skill required a certain amount of time to complete quests to gain a certain amount of experience points. How could Gu Fei have the time to do that? Gu Fei's appraisal skill had only been accumulated when he had nothing to do. Naturally, the more he trained, the greater the gap between him and an ordinary player. The greater the gap, the more questions there were. At this point in time, Gu Fei's appraisal skill could be said to exist in name only. However, now that he had this thing, at least Gu Fei could satisfy the craving of appraising experts during wanted quests. It was better than nothing. Gu Fei hurriedly accepted a quest and went to experiment. It had been a long time since he had seen a PvP fanatic on the wanted list. This situation wasn't just limited to Cloud City, it was also the same for the overall wanted list. It could be seen that the progress and thinking of all players in the game were roughly the same. After leaving the mission announcement hall, Gu Fei went straight to the coordinates. Gu Fei could tell at a glance that it was the Central Plaza Tavern. This was the kind of place that Gu Fei liked the most. Not only would he not move when sitting in the tavern, but he would also usually be with his friends. This way, he could often trigger the hidden mode of Gu Fei's favorite quest, fight with the other party's friends. Along the way to the tavern, the other party's coordinates did not change at all. When Gu Fei entered the door, he already saw the back of a person with the target's serial number, 19857. Gu Fei was not in a hurry to go forward. He first tried the appraisal function of the wind-chasing emblem. As expected, the 100% appraisal information was extremely detailed. The data of the person from head to toe was seen by Gu Fei. After looking at it, Gu Fei was a little disappointed. The person was only a level 34 mage, and his equipment was extremely mediocre. Gu Fei let out a deep sigh, walked up to the table, and lightly knocked on it, saying, "Wanted mission." The reaction of the people at the table was not very strong. They just raised their heads together. After seeing Gu Fei clearly, everyone's expression was extremely surprised. And Gu Fei also felt that there was something strange. The table in front of him was filled with boys and girls about the same age as Yutian Shenming, but Gu Fei felt that they looked a little familiar. Before he could remember what was going on, the people at the table had already said, "Teacher Gu." As they shouted, the people at the table had already stood up in a panic. One by one, they stood at the side of the table in embarrassment. "Ah!" Gu Fei replied in surprise. It turned out that this table was actually filled with his students. Anyone who had been to school would know that it was rare for a normal teacher to recognize all the students in a class. As a physical education teacher would represent more classes, they would have fewer chances to interact with the students in each class. This situation was even more obvious. Normally, a PE teacher would recognize a few students who excelled in sports. But for Gu Fei, if a student knew how to perform a few sets of boxing, he would definitely recognize that student. As for the others, regardless of whether they were good or bad, he treated them equally. So, he basically didn't know many students. The table in front of him was one of them. Because Gu Fei had seen them in class, he vaguely felt that they looked a little familiar. If you wanted him to call out their names, it would be impossible even if you beat him to death. But the students would definitely recognize the teacher. After a brief moment of restraint, the few of them began to ask impudently, "Teacher, you play this game too?" After all, Gu Fei was only a physical education teacher. It was very different from the ordinary teachers who taught every day with a straight face. In front of him, the students would not be too nervous. Moreover, Teacher Gu Fei was a joke in their school. If it were their homeroom teacher standing in front of them, these kids would probably have already flown away. The students were at ease at this time, but Gu Fei seemed a little uncomfortable. "Teacher, what did you just say when you knocked on the table?" a student asked. "Nothing, just passing by, passing by." Gu Fei quickly said, "You guys have fun, I'll leave first." "Hey, teacher, don't be in such a hurry to leave. Let's play together," a student shouted boldly. As the voice was loud, it naturally attracted a lot of attention. "Teacher." "Students." The players whispered to each other as they sized up this strange combination. Gu Fei was born in a martial arts family. The ethos of his family was to respect teachers. Although his teacher-student relationship was quite different from the one at home, it still made him feel that it was a bit inappropriate to play online games with a student. Seeing that more and more people were paying attention to him, he hurriedly called out to the students and hurriedly left. Ever since Gu Fei entered the parallel world to play online games, this was the first time he was panicking, mainly because of his psychological distress. Once out of the door, he sprinted, using teleportation from time to time. The students were only a little over level 30. Although they chased after him, they could not see Gu Fei's figure after a while. "Wow, the teacher runs so fast. He must be an expert," a student said in surprise after seeing Gu Fei's figure disappear quickly. "The teacher seems to be a mage. How can he run so fast?" Another student said. "Did you identify him? What's the result?" someone asked. "I can't identify him. The teacher's level is higher than ours." "Wow." There was a wave of exclamations. "This is big news. Teacher Gu Fei is also playing in a parallel world, and he's in the same main city as us," someone said. "Ha, let's pull the teacher into our guild." "Yes, yes, yes. Let's go find AFA now." "Oh, we forgot to ask for the teacher's name. How can we find him if we don't know his name?" "Stupid. Ask him in class." Oh. Butterfly knot, cough. At the beginning of this chapter, there's a happy section surrounding the forces of Gu Fei. Chapter 211. Gu Fei passed through several streets. When he looked back and didn't see any students, he let out a sigh of relief. He looked up and saw that little Ray's bar wasn't far away. He immediately walked over. In the Little Thunder Tavern, a few members of the Young Master Elite group had gathered here at a time that they shouldn't have gathered together. They were showing off the equipment that they had bought after earning a huge sum of money yesterday. To become an expert in the game, skill and equipment couldn't be lacking. If you only had skill or equipment, you could only become an expert that could oppress normal players. The goal of these few people was to become 1 in 10,000. Even though it was a new game mode, they relied on their good game sense and foundation to quickly improve their skill level. As for equipment, that was the most troublesome aspect. Relying on luck to get good equipment was hard, tiring, and illusory. Even though there were quite a few people who said that illusory was what attracted people to the game, those who said this were people who already had illusory equipment. It was easy for them to say this. The other group were people who didn't have illusory equipment and didn't have the money to buy it. When they saw other people spend large amounts of gold to buy equipment, they said that it was sour grapes. Using money to buy equipment was the most effective way to get good equipment. True gaming experts all understood this logic. There were a few experts that had been eyeing equipment for a long time in the market. Unfortunately, they were short on money. Every day, all they could do was look at whether or not the equipment was still there. Finally, the thousands of gold that they had earned yesterday made their pockets bulge. Some of the equipment that they had bought before were no longer in their eyes. Yesterday, they had arrogantly strolled around the market. They really did consider everything beneath their notice. "Look at my armor." Unscathed in battle dragged his tall and sturdy body and propped up his shiny black armor. He even leisurely spun around in front of everyone. The armor itself wasn't bad, but the problem was that unscathed in battle wasn't a suitable clothes rack. His body was tall and sturdy. When the equipment in the game was worn on his body, it would be very fitting. As a result, any armor that unscathed in battle was extremely oppressive, and there was no beauty to speak of. Excellent defense, enhanced defense, strength plus 15, constitution plus 15, rage points accumulated increased by 20%. What do you think? Not bad, right? Unscathed in battle introduced the attributes of his armor as he spun around twice. The few of them refrained from vomiting. Yutian Shinming was the first to refute, get lost. Come, look at my bow and my ring. Yutian Shinming's original bow was actually a high-tier equipment, but the problem was that it was a blank one. It no longer had any advantages. Last night, after going around in circles, he finally found a good bow. Howling Sniper, high attack, range plus 10, agility plus 20, critical chance plus 15%, degree of lethality plus 15%, sniper strengthening. Yutian Shinming's bow was a purple equipment, while Unscathed in Battle's armor was only a gold equipment. In terms of quality, it was immediately inferior. Just as he was about to introduce his ring, Unscathed in Battle had already thrown his sword on the table. Look at my sword, it's also purple. Look at my ring. Look at my sword. The two of them started arguing again. Han family young master also picked up an item and threw it on the table. Look at this. Everyone looked up. The most expensive wine in the parallel world was 20 gold coins per glass. Han family young master had a whole bottle, which was worth 120 gold coins. Although the price couldn't be compared to the equipment, the meaning was different. Equipment was a necessity. As long as there was enough money, anyone would be willing to invest in it. Wine, on the other hand, was a luxury. No matter how rich a person was, he would usually drink the lowest quality wine in the game. At most, it would be slightly better. There was definitely no one who would buy wine that cost 120 gold coins. In terms of consumption, Han family young master was undoubtedly better than the two of them. He looked at them mockingly. You guys are not good enough. TSK. Prodigal young master. The two of them were obviously unhappy and retorted. Brother Yu, what did you buy? Han family young master turned his head and asked Brother Yu who was beside him. I took a look, but I haven't decided yet. Brother Yu laughed. Oh. Yutian Shinming replied, alright, then continue to look at my ring. My ring. Keep the items, Qianli is here. Han family young master suddenly interrupted Yutian Shinming. Yutian Shinming and Unscathed in Battle quickly picked up the equipment on the table and sat up straight. The curtains at the side rolled up and Gu Fei walked in. The few of them greeted him with smiles on their faces. Although the incident yesterday had ended, they hadn't seen Gu Fei since then. Therefore, they didn't know how he would react to the incident. Before they could figure out his emotions, it was better not to talk about the gains from this business deal in front of him. Therefore, when these guys started to show off, Han family young master immediately asked Little Ray to remind him when he saw Gu Fei coming in. When he looked up, he saw that Gu Fei was not his usual self today. There was a rare look of panic on his face. This guy never blinked when he was chopping people down. Everything could give him a fright. Give me a glass of wine. Gu Fei had already asked for a glass of wine outside. When he entered, he placed the glass on the table and gestured to Han family young master. Oh, what's wrong? Han family young master poured the wine while admiring Gu Fei's expression. What's wrong? Tell us so that we can be happy. Everyone was silent. His conversational skills were superb. Many people had the urge to beat Han family young master to death. It wasn't without reason. However, Gu Fei didn't care much. He took a sip of wine and said, nothing, I just met someone in real life. Is it a beauty? Unscathed in Battle and Yutian Shinming suddenly stood up. The highest realm of picking up girls in online games was to go from online games to real life, from virtual reality to real life, from the haystack by Yunjiao Lake to the private room of XX Hotel, from... Gu Fei glanced at the two of them. The two of them sat down dejectedly and mumbled, "Can't I just casually ask? The parallel world is so big. It's not easy to meet someone you know in real life if you don't purposely come here to find them." "Brother," you said. "It's just meeting someone in real life. Is there a need to be so nervous?" Yu Tian Xinming said. "Oh, do they ask you for money? Do they want you to bring them to level, do quests, and bring them here and there? That's quite annoying." Unscathed in Battle said with deep emotions. Sigh. Gu Fei sighed deeply. He really didn't know where to start. Plus, the guys from Child Elite Group couldn't help much with this problem. He just hoped that he wouldn't see the students again to avoid this kind of awkwardness. "Who's your opponent for tonight's match?" Gu Fei changed the topic. "Cloud Aid Mercenary Group, a level 4 mercenary group. Apart from the leader Yun Xiang and a few of his friends, the other members are the remaining players from the big guilds who weren't selected into their own mercenary groups. Although their levels aren't low, unity is a problem. Their leader, Yun Xiang, doesn't have much prestige either. They've been fighting for themselves along the way, relying on numbers to get to where they are today." "Brother," you introduced. Usually, after introducing the information, it would be Han Family Young Master's turn to arrange the strategy for the day. But today, Han Family Young Master was minding his own business and didn't say a word. "Brother," you nudged him. "Hey, it's your turn. Sword Demon isn't here yet." "I don't want to say it twice," Han Family Young Master said. "Oh, it's a bit early." "Brother," you looked at the time. The few of them clearly didn't squat down and chat at this time. Realizing this, the atmosphere instantly became unnatural. "How about we go level up together first?" Gu Fei took the initiative to suggest leveling up. This was the first time. "Get lost. We're not going to level with you," Yu Tian Xinming and Unscathed in Battle practically said in unison. The efficiency of leveling with Gu Fei was foreseeable, but the problem was that everyone needed entertainment. They couldn't just watch his magic performance from the side. More importantly, watching Gu Fei fight hurt their pride. The few of them had already been hurt enough and didn't want to rub salt on their wounds. Just like that, the few of them chatted idly until the sword ghost finally appeared. When Sword Demon entered the door and saw that everyone was here, he was really surprised. He was obviously the most serious among the 6 of them. He was punctual and disciplined, but he didn't expect everyone to come earlier than him today. Looking at this strange scene that resembled the sun rising from the west, Sword Demon sat on the side in fear and trepidation. "Is something big going to happen today?" Sword Demon muttered in his heart. "Ahem." Han Family Young Master cleared his throat and began to speak. "Today's opponent, just as Brother Yu said, is a mercenary group with many members, but they are not united. Moreover, their leader isn't as prestigious as me. However, because they are not united and their leader can't do anything about it, it may be a problem for us instead. Even if their leader is worried about our kiting method, their members may not obey their leader's arrangement and not participate in this round's competition. This means that our opponent this time is likely to be their full team, 80 people. But Han Family Young Master changed the topic. Because they are not united, they will probably fight on their own in this game without anyone coordinating and commanding. So this game is the time for everyone to show their true abilities. We must break them one by one. Based on what you're saying, doesn't that mean that all the preparations you've made before have all gone to waste?" Gu Fei asked. Sigh. Han Family Young Master let out a long sigh. "Man proposes, God disposes. How would I know that we would be so coincidentally assigned such an opponent? Could it be that God is also jealous of my talent and deliberately made this arrangement to tease me? Butterfly knot, this chapter is over. The next chapter is the smoke of the competition again. The students are also a wave of ripples in the dark. Ripples, tomorrow, clench your fist." Chapter 212. How many rounds are left in the tournament? Gu Fei suddenly asked. Nowadays, the bounty quests were becoming less and less useful to him. The players in the tournament were more skilled, and the further they went, the higher they got. From the bottom of his heart, Gu Fei hoped that the tournament wouldn't end. It would be best if it could go on forever. Unfortunately, the answer was cold. Brother Yu quickly replied, Cloud City is already at the top 16. Top 16. That means there are still 4 rounds left. Gu Fei counted with his fingers. His tone was filled with regret. Speaking of which, why is it exactly 16? Isn't it 17, 15, or some other number that's just enough to decide the winner? Yutian Shinming asked. Brother Yu smiled. In the first 4 to 5 rounds, there will be some guilds or mercenary groups that have a buy. This is the system adjusting the total number to this 1, 2, 4, 8, 16, 32. The situation you mentioned, the system has already thought of it. There are still 4 rounds left. Everyone had their own thoughts. Gu Fei was regretful that he wouldn't have the chance to PK in the future. The others, on the other hand, were regretful that they didn't have the chance to show off their skills in the tournament. Speaking of which, Gu Fei being chased by the big guilds for showing off his skills might seem like a hilarious farce, but to be honest, this was the status that countless experts were looking forward to. Gu Fei had already reached this level 1 step ahead of them, and they still had to work hard. Today, let's show them our strength. The few of them suddenly said in unison. Especially Yutian Shinming and Unscathed in Battle, who had just updated their equipment, their eyes were filled with confidence. Just as the child elite group was preparing for today's tournament, the few students of Gu Fei had already found their guild leader. It was the student who led Gu Fei to the parallel world and gave him the identity of a mage that Gu Fei hated for a long time, Fa. 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 A few students found Fa's figure on the street and immediately shouted. Aya, how many times have I told you? Don't use your real name in the game, use your character's name in the game. Fa was a gaming addict. His dream was to create an epic level ID like Sword Demon or Yutian Shinming that would make others gasp in surprise. The students calmed themselves down. One laughed, call him by his character name. Aren't you Fa too? Call him by his full name, Imminent Peril. Student Fa said seriously. 4 words are too long-winded. Why don't we call it Ifa? A student suggested. I'll just call you Fa. Defeated at the last moment, he accepted his fate of being Fa, no matter what. Why are you looking for me so urgently? Did someone bully you again? After ending the topic of names, Fa asked in high spirits. These were all his classmates. Normally, Fa was just an inconspicuous ordinary student in class, but in the game, he was the boss. The main reason was that he managed to obtain an account that was difficult to obtain during the open beta period. After the official launch, the main city could be chosen. Naturally, his classmates would choose to gather in one place. Since Fa had already lost his main city, everyone ran to Cloud City. Therefore, it was a coincidence that Gu Fei met his students. No one bullied us. We even bullied a guy who stole our kill. A student replied proudly. It was the student who was supposed to be sent to prison by Gu Fei, number 19857. Then what happened? Fa asked. Guess who we just saw? One of the students tugged at Fa excitedly and shook him back and forth. Sort of no oath. It's true that he's the boss of the biggest guild in Cloud City, but you don't have to be so excited, right? Fa said. No, it's Teacher Gu. Teacher Gu Fei. The student announced loudly. Afraid that Fa wouldn't realize who Teacher Gu was, he even included his name. Fa laughed when he heard that. Ha, I was wondering what it was. What's the big deal? I was the one who gave Teacher Gu his account. What? Why didn't you say so earlier? A few students widened their eyes. Teacher Gu told me not to tell anyone. But now that you guys met him, it doesn't matter anymore. Fa said. Then why didn't you pull teacher into the guild? The students asked. Well, Teacher Gu has his own guild. Fa said. What guild? Everyone asked. Fa didn't know how to answer. He stammered for a long time, causing the students to laugh. I thought you were familiar with Teacher Gu. Turns out you don't know anything. Fa was speechless. Originally, he wanted to use the game as an opportunity to get closer to Teacher Gu. In the end, he ran away with that self-disciplined gamer on the first day. In the end, he didn't manage to dig up any information. He didn't even add Gu Fei as a friend. Although he knew Gu Fei's name, he couldn't do anything about it if he didn't turn on the friends switch. Later, he tried to get closer to Teacher Gu Fei in class, but he was scolded by Gu Fei with a straight face. After that, Fa and Gu Fei played their own games. Although they lived in the same city, they didn't interact with each other. After the game was officially launched, many students flooded into the game and came to Cloud City. Fa decided to bleed a lot and spent all of his savings during the open beta. He even sold off a lot of the equipment he was currently using and formed a guild. He named it the Ultimate Class 3 and pulled all the students into his guild. However, what made him depressed was that in his Ultimate Class 3, the class monitor was still addressed as class monitor by the students. As the guild leader, he was still a little Fa who was ordered around. It wasn't until he stood up for his classmates and bullied the newbies a few times. Then, he helped them defeat some mission bosses that they couldn't defeat. Gradually, his classmates saw him in a different light. Thus, he became even busier. Fa, we can't handle this monster. Come and help. Fa, I'm lost. Come and pick me up. Fa, you're 5 gold coins short. Hurry and send it to 2nd Exchange Street. Fa, I've been killed. Avenge me. Fa lived in such noisy cheers all day, but he finally felt that his value was reflected. After all, everyone was in the same class. They even sat together in class all day. Suddenly, when night fell, Fa would follow behind him and become a yes man. This kind of thing was only in Fa's imagination. How could it become a reality? Fa was having a great time being the guild leader who was like a nanny to him. He had long forgotten about Gu Fei. Now that his classmates asked him questions about Gu Fei, he naturally couldn't answer them. He and Gu Fei didn't interact at all. We have to get teacher to join our guild. A student said. Let's tell everyone about this first. The student said as he sent a message in the guild channel. There were a total of 21 guild members in Ultimate Class 3. There weren't many of them. They were all students from Yulin High School's Year 2 Class 3. Although their average level couldn't even be compared to a guild like Reborn Amethyst, their unity and cohesiveness were unmatched by any other guild. They were all friends in life. Only a group of students could easily gather so many of them. At this moment, Gu Fei was facing the most disunited group. Just as Brother Yu's Intel and Han Family Young Master's analysis said, Yunxiang mercenary group was very disunited. The first aspect of disunity was the fact that all 80 members of the mercenary group came together. Until now, there had never been a guild or mercenary group of this scale that could participate in the competition with all their members. Yunxiang mercenary group's full attendance was actually a manifestation of selfishness. Because the members of the mercenary group fought for themselves, they didn't think about the team's victory or defeat. With this mentality, they couldn't miss out on participating in the competition. This kind of sick unity was really a great irony. The competition had already begun. The 6 members of Child Elite Group entered the map. Han Family Young Master still had to climb high to have a bird's eye view of the whole situation. On top of a small hill that could be described as majestic on the entire map, the 6 of them stood facing the wind. Looking down, they could already see the 80 members of the enemy team scattered all over the map like a tidal wave, searching for their opponents' silhouettes. They're not completely disunited. Look, there are still some parts that are united. Han family young master pointed at the empty beer bottle that he had just finished. Just as he said, the players of Yunxiang mercenary group from various guilds had formed more than 10 teams based on their origins. Some had more, some had fewer. They were spreading out on the map. Let's see which group finds us first. Yutian Shinming wiped his newly bought wind howl. This would be the first shot it fired in a PK. Yutian Shinming decided to have a beautiful memory. Won't we be standing too arrogantly? Won't all 80 of them come together? Brother, you said. There will be those who come first. Look. Unscathed in battle pointed. Sword Demon nodded his head. It looks like that group will be the first to arrive. Unscathed in battle was pointing at a group of 5. Their advancing speed was extremely fast and they were heading towards the hill that the 6 of them were standing on. Everyone, be quick. They'll fight their own battles and come first. If everything goes smoothly, we'll just take them out one by one. Han family young master said. Don't worry. Gu Fei had already drawn his sword. In the blink of an eye, the 5 of them had already arrived at the foot of the hill. Yutian Shinming was not in a hurry to shoot at the 5 of them. He smiled and waved at the 5 of them. No one would have thought that the 5 of them would just glance at the 6 of them, turn around and head in another direction. What's going on? The 6 of them looked at each other. They seem to treat us as their own. Gu Fei said. This mercenary group, it's so scary that they're not united. Everyone exclaimed. Butterfly Knot, wow, such a long chapter name, it feels so good. You're tuning into the Blissful Bookshelf YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.